Welcome to our AMD Lucid Automation Testing channel. We will have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you better understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and step-by-step guide in the description. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates. Today, we will talk about Selenium Introduction and IDE. We will first begin with an introduction of Selenium. Selenium was originally developed by Jason Huggins in 2004. Selenium is open source. Selenium consists of Selenium IDE, Selenium Grid, Selenium RC, and Selenium WebDriver. Selenium has web browser compatibility with Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Opera, and HTML unit. Selenium also has multi-system compatibility with Windows, Mac, Linux. Selenium works well with multiple programming languages such as Java, C#, Python, Ruby, and PHP. Selenium is mainly used to test web browser use for use interface functional tests. It can also be used to test mobile devices. Selenium has its own methods and commands to operate on web elements for implementation of web browser testing. Next, we will talk about web elements, locators, and web drivers. So, what are web elements? These include text boxes, buttons, links, and drop-down lists. What are locators? Selenium uses locators to find web elements, as people use addresses, phone numbers, and email addresses to find people. Examples for locators include BiID locates elements whose ID attribute matches the search value. BiName locates elements whose name attribute matches the search value. BiClass locates elements whose class name contains the search value. BiCSS selector locates elements matching a CSS selector. BiLink text locates anchor elements whose visible text matches the search value. BiXpath locates elements matching an XPath expression. So now, about the Selenium WebDriver. We call this the programming interface. And in the Selenium library, we have many programming languages like Java and C#. These programming languages interact with the Selenium WebDriver. The Selenium WebDriver, or the programming interface, will then do something on its browser. For instance, Chrome, Edge, or for instance, we can call a program in our Selenium library which will act on the Selenium WebDriver, which will create an action on the web browser. For instance, this could include clicking a button. Next, we will introduce various Selenium web elements and locators. Today, I will show you how to find web elements using Selenium locators. If we go to a website, we have many elements like this button, choose file, text box, and so on. And if we want to find the locator of a specific element, like button 1, you can right-click on the button and go to Inspect. You will see here that we have a pointer to this element. You can right-click the locator and copy. There are many copy choices. Here, we just choose two of them. One is copy element, and we paste it into a notepad. The second is copy XPath, and we paste it into a notepad as well. In our notepad here, we have the first, which is the web element. You see the ID is button 1, and this ID can be used to find this element. The second is XPath, and you can use find element by XPath ID to find this button as well. In the final parts of today's video, we will show you how to download and install IntelliJ IDE as well as Java JDK. Next, we will install IntelliJ IDE. First, go to JetBrains' website and download the IDE. Once the download is complete, proceed and install the download. Now that the download is complete, we will show you how to use IntelliJ with Java. So you open the new project, and here you see this is Java JDK. So I have Java 19, and you can click this one, and you can download other versions of Java JDK. So I click it, and you see that I can download version 20 of Java JDK. Or I can choose other versions of Java JDK and install them and use it with IntelliJ. Thank you for joining our Selenium Automation Test tutorial. We hope you were able to find this video helpful towards learning Selenium Automation Testing and building your own project. If you enjoyed this video, please support us by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. See you next time. Welcome to our AMD Lucid Automation Testing channel. We will have a series of talks about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates. Today, we will talk about how to set up Selenium Java Maven. Previously, we talked about how to download and install IntelliJ with Java. Java is a programming language and computing platform. Maven is a build automation tool used primarily for Java projects. It can be found in the URL shown. After we set up Selenium Java Maven test project, the project has a pom.xml file. This file contains information about the project and configuration details used by Maven to build the project. Selenium Java provides support for the automation of the web browsers. JUnit is a unit testing framework for Java programming language. We use JUnit to write and run automation test scripts as a unit test. Now, let us start from IntelliJ. Open the IntelliJ window and click File and New Project. This is what we get. So this is new project. I'm going to put the project name as my test. Now, also check where you want to put the project directory. Right now, I have it under Idea Projects. In this project, I will put it here, under Selenium project. Another thing you should check is that Java is selected under Language, and that Maven is selected under Build System, and that the JDK version you are using is correct. Right here, we have Java JDK version 19. So now we can go ahead and click Create. And you will see we will want to open a new window. And here it will open. So now what I'll do is I will go to the test folder. And I will right-click the Java folder and then go to New and click Java class. I'm going to name this class Test 1. And now you see here the test class that we have just created. From this class, we can write test commands and test scripts. But first, we're going to look at this one. We have created Selenium Java Maven test project. Here is the pom.xml file. As discussed before, you can put every dependency in the file and then you can build your project. So here, we will open this file. We will check the dependencies and we will put the dependencies we need here. For our test, we need Selenium Java and JUnit. So, where can I find that? Well, as discussed before, we can use certain websites. Let me show you how we can find the dependencies. You see here, we will search Selenium Java. And right here, we have Selenium Java. If we want to use version 4.8.1, you click here, and you see we can copy the dependencies in the text box and put it in the pom.xml file. Next, we want JUnit too, so we search JUnit. JUnit is right here, and we click this, we will get version 4.13.2. So same thing, you can copy all of this in the text box and put it in your pom.xml file. So we can paste it here. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste the dependencies from another project. Okay, so you can see here, I put something in our file. You see under dependencies, and in it we have dependency, and the first one you see is JUnit. Under this, there is the group ID and version. If the IDE cannot find the version, this will be highlighted in red. So you can check and get the version you want. And here is Selenium Java. I put version 4.8.1. And this here allows Selenium to ignore errors when visiting a website in our test. So here is also the log4j, and this is a class for the project to log errors. So we exclude this one so that our project will ignore the error for its logging system. So here you can see is load Maven changes. You can click here and see if all the dependencies pass correctly when building your project. You see here, all the things have passed correctly. So I will go to the test1 Java class. Here we have two sections. One is within the class. In the class, you can write test steps. First one we can write is the before method, and that starts the browser. The second one we can call is the test method. In that, we can write operations on the browser, and the last one is called after. And in that, we can write to close the browser. In the top section, we can import the classes that we need. For example, our tests need Selenium Java and JUnit. So we can import Selenium and JUnit here. I go and put input here. And we will go and here and import anything we need. For example, I will import Selenium. For Selenium, we have OpenAQA Selenium, and what we need from Selenium is Chrome. And for example, here is the Chrome driver, and you can import this. Also, I need to import options. So I will import Chrome options. Next, I'm going to import the entire Selenium library. I would do so by writing this line of code. Now, I will import Selenium by. And later, I will use this in the test commands to find web elements. Okay. Also, we need to import JUnit. In particular, we need to import the before, test, and after. So now I will import JUnit after, before, and test. Okay, now we have imported all the dependencies. We will now go and work with inside the class. We will first declare a private WebDriver. Then, I'm going to put a tag. We will tag before and I will put a method here and I'm going to name it setup. First, I will need to set up Chrome. So, I'm going to use Chrome options and I'm going to name it options. Next, I will use options and add arguments to allow for call to remote servers. Once that is complete, I will also need to start up a Chrome session. So, I will make driver equal to new Chrome driver and put the options in the argument. Now, for the second part, I will need to do test. So I will put the tag test and I put the method here and I will name it WBE. In here, I will first do driver.get on google.com. We will keep this simple for now. Afterwards, we will need the after step in our test. And I will put the tag after and I will create a method called teardown. In here, we will do driver.quit, which will close the browser. So, this is our test project. Now I will first save it and then show you how to build it. Okay, now I will build it. Once that is complete, there is no errors. So now I can run the test. I can run it from many different locations. First, from here. So, you see, it closes the browser too quick to see anything. So now, what I'll do is I'll comment out this line so we can see what is going on. Now I will save and rebuild the project and run again so we can see what actually happened. Okay, so you see we get an error here. And this error is on driver.get. Now, the reason for this error is because we have to type HTTPS before the URL. So after we type that, we will save and rebuild the project and see if it runs properly this time. So you see it does run properly this time. Okay, so as you've noticed, right now we have the window very small. If we want to maximize the window, we can do this by specifying it under setup using driver.manage and using window and maximize. Now it will make the window size the biggest it can be . Okay, so you can see how everything works now. So now I will uncomment driver.quit so it closes the window afterwards. And now you can see it works properly. So that is today's topic on how we can set up a Selenium Java Maven test project. From this project, we can then do many more complex things later. Thank you for listening. I hope you found this tutorial helpful. If you enjoyed the video, please subscribe and like this video. See you next time. Welcome to our AMD Lucid Automation Testing channel. We will have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates. Today, we will give an introduction about Selenium commands. Welcome. In last time's video, we showed how to create a before, test, and after. In the before method, we showed how to start a Chrome web browser, and we showed how to maximize the browser window. In the test method, we showed how to enter a browser URL. And finally, in the after method, we showed how we can close the browser after we are done testing. In today's video, we will show some Selenium commands. This video will be part 1. For the sake of the video, I have commented out driver.quit so that it does not close the browser after we are done with our Selenium commands. To begin, we are using a different URL. This URL can be found in the description below. So we will first save our changes, and next we will run it. So this is the URL that we are looking at. We will first focus on this first row. We will try to get each of these elements by their ID locators. Let us begin with button 1. First, we will open up the browser on our URL, and we will right-click the button. We will then click Inspect, and we will see that it says the ID of the button is button 1. Next, we can go back to our IntelliJ and we can try to find this button by its element. In particular, we will locate this button by its ID. So from the inspect function, we saw that the ID of this button 1 is button 1. Next, we will do our first command, is enabled. This command will show if the button is clickable or not. So we will save our changes. And we will run. We see that our test has passed. The button is enabled. Next, we can ask Selenium to click the button. This time, we will use click. We will save our changes, and we will run it again. This time, after using click, the browser sends back a pop-up. If we want to close this pop-up, we must use another Selenium command to close this pop-up so we can test other features on the website. This time, we will use alert accept. This will accept any alerts provided by the browser. We will save and run it again. Now, we see that after the button has been clicked, the pop-up has closed, and the button region is grayed out, notifying us that we have already tested this region. Moving on, we will show you how we are able to enter text into text boxes on a website. Next, we will show you how to enter text into a text box. First, before entering text into a text box, we must clear any text that may already be found in the text box. We can do this by using the clear function. Next, to add text into the text box, we use the send keys function. Here, we will send the text, hello, welcome. Note that if the text in the text box is not cleared, hello, welcome will be appended to the end of the text already found in the text box. In these two functions, we use the class name instead of the locator ID. To obtain the class name of the element, we simply go to the element of interest, we right-click, and we click Inspect. Here, you can see that the class name is text3, which we use here. Now, we may save and run. we see that we added hello welcome into this text box. Next, we may enter text into a text area. First, like before, we must clear any elements that we might find in the text area by using the clear function. Following that, we may send any text elements we want to add into the text area using the send keys function. Again, we will save and run. We see that this time we've added many different long text into this text area. Okay, now sometimes we might be interested in the title of the page. This is because as we parse through a web page, we want to make sure that we are on the proper page. To do that, we can use the getTitle function. For the purpose to clear up the output, we will comment out the previous commands. Now, we will run again. In our function, we specified that we would print it in our output. So, we can find the title of the page in the output near the end. As we see, we get the title here as AMD Lucid. Next, we will look at some other Selenium commands. First, we will work with checkboxes. What we will do is we will set a condition for if the checkbox is already checked, we will not do anything. If the checkbox is not checked, we will check it. So how do we do this? We will need to use an if-else statement. So what we do here in the if statement is we check if the checkbox is selected or not. If it is not selected, then we will check it. We will click it. If it is already selected, we will just simply print out the checkbox has been selected. So we can go ahead and run this. And what we see happens is that our program has checked this checkbox. Now, what else we can do is we can change this condition so that if the checkbox is already selected, we can tell the program to click it again so that it is not selected. We can save our changes. And run this again. Now, we see that the program has unselected this checkbox. Now,
what we will work with is buttons. We will write a program to check whether or not the text on a button matches the text that we are looking for. If it does match the text, we will click it. If it doesn't, then we will print out a statement saying that we cannot find the button. So, in our if statement, we check if button 1 contains the text button 1. And if it does, we tell it to click that button. If we cannot find a button that matches that description, we will print out could not find the button. For the sake of this, we will comment out the previous code that we have written. Now, we will save our changes and run it again. This time, we see that it has clicked the button. However, if we change this text to button 2, what we expect is that there should be no button that matches this description. So let's see what happens. We will save and run it again. This time, we see that the program has not clicked any buttons. And if we go down to the console output, we see that we were not able to find the button. Next, we are going to work with text areas again. Previously, we used the sendKeys function to enter text into a text area. However, as the text gets longer, this function may respond very slowly. First, I will demonstrate what I mean. This is the sendKeys function that we used previously to enter text into a text area. The text that we'll be entering is this long segment of text right here. We notice that the sendKeys function takes a little bit of time to load when sending the text. One way we can work around this is by using a JavaScript executor. Here, we define the JavaScript executor, and we call the JavaScript executor below. Remember that since we are using the JavaScript executor, we must import it up here. This time, we see that when we run the JavaScript executor, it enters the text into the text area instantaneously. This is the advantage of using a JavaScript executor. Okay, now in the next video, we will talk about some more Selenium commands. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for listening. Please subscribe and like this video. See you next time. Welcome to our AMD Lucid Automation Testing channel. We will have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates. Today, we will talk about Selenium commands part 2.
Today, we will look at Selenium commands part 2. First, we're going to look at choose file buttons. Now, what do I mean by choose file buttons? Well, I mean these buttons here that allow you to choose a file. For instance, I will upload this logo right here. We can do this using Selenium commands as well. What we do is we can use send keys and send the image files that we want to upload. As we see, those two commands uploaded the image2 file and the book1 file as well. Moving on, we can also use Selenium commands on drop-down lists. For instance, on this website here, for the drop-down list age, we can select the age we want to select. Let's say we want to select age 12. We can do this with Selenium commands by using the following commands. In this command, we tell Selenium to select the drop-down list option 12. As we see, the Selenium command goes to the drop-down list and selects age 12. Next, I will show you how we can combine multiple commands together to run a test. For example, to fill out a form and send it on a web page. First, sometimes we need to notice that when we first open a website, not all of the elements are shown. Sometimes you must tell Selenium to scroll down to find the elements on the web page. For instance, on our web page here, when we first open it, this is what we see. Sometimes, what we need to do is we need to tell Selenium to scroll down so that it can see all of the web page and, in our case, the form. So, how do we do this using Selenium? Well, here is some code that we do. First, these first few lines of code here clears out the text boxes and enters the text that we want. The Java execute script here scrolls the window down so that we can see what is going on. When we run this script, we see that the Selenium commands, filled out the form, scrolled down the page, and submitted the form. Next, I want to show that Selenium automation tests do tests sequentially. For instance, we see that if command 1 passes, the test will continue to command 2, and then command 3, and then command 4. However, if somewhere along the line, for instance command 3, fails, the Selenium automation test will not execute any commands afterwards. We can use the try-catch statement to force the test to continue even if an error happens. However, IntelliJ will show you that the test passed. Later, we will introduce how to use reporting tools to record each step so you know if it passed or fails. Here is the send form text of code that we used previously. However, one change that I made was that I changed here service into service 2. Since there is no element on the web page that has the name service 2, this should fail. And as we see, this step fails. And we also notice that none of the steps afterwards were executed. For instance, sending the form. If we go to our IntelliJ console, we can see that it fails right here, where it was unable to locate the element. As we mentioned earlier, we can use a try-catch statement to overcome this issue. If instead we use a try-catch statement to try to find this service 2 dropdown, this is what we will see. We notice that the test passes and the steps afterwards were performed as well as the form was sent. Next, we will talk about Selenium weights. In web tests, sometimes web elements will need time to be loaded or to be enabled. We should let Selenium commands wait for a period of time and then continue to do operations. Selenium uses waits for this purpose. For example, thread.sleep can be used to pause the execution of the current thread for a specified time in milliseconds. Explicit wait allows your code to halt program execution or freeze the thread until the condition you pass resolves. Implicit wait, WebDriver pulls the DOM for a certain duration when trying to find any element. In fluent wait, it defines the maximum amount of time to wait for a condition, as well as the frequency with which to check the condition. In our following example, we will show thread.sleep and explicit wait. In this example here, we tell Selenium to click on a button on our web page. After clicking the button, our website disables the button for 15 seconds. In this thread.sleep statement here, we tell the program to wait 5 seconds and then to check if the button is enabled. Since at the time after 5 seconds, the button should still be disabled, we see in our output that the button is not enabled. If we change this 5 seconds into 20 seconds, we would expect to see that the button is enabled. First, after clicking the button, it is disabled for 15 seconds. We tell the program to wait for 20 seconds. Now the button is re-enabled by the website, and the program has waited 20 seconds and will check if the button is enabled. As a result, we see that the button is indeed enabled after waiting 20 seconds. So this is thread.sleep. We may also use explicit waits. In explicit waits, we tell the program to check when the button is re-enabled. We see that the program waits until the button is re-enabled to check the status of the button. And because of that, we see that the status of the button is enabled. The code shown here performs these operations we are talking about. In the first line of code, we click the link abertafirebands.ca. Following that, we use getWindowsHandles to get the information of all the tabs that are open. We use switchTo.window to switch to the tab that was most recently opened. Note that the tab we were currently on has the index 0. Following that, on the new tab, we scroll down and we click Staff Directory. Let's see how this code runs. As we can see, the Firebands URL tab has been opened and switched to, and Calgary is searched. And following that, we told the Selenium program to click on staff directory, and we are directed to the page that we want.
That wraps Selenium Commands Part 2. Thank you for listening. Please like and subscribe to our channel. We hope to see you soon. Welcome to our AMD Lucid Automation Testing channel. We will have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates.
In today's video, we will talk about page object models. So, what are page object models? It is a design pattern in automation testing which creates an object repository to store web UI elements. Why do we use page object models? Let us first look at our codes in test 1. As we can see in test 1, our code contains duplication, it's hard to read, and thus it can be hard to maintain in the future. Our code also is not reusable, and therefore we use page object models to overcome these shortcomings. How do we use page object models? Well, first, we segregate web UI elements into class of pages and tests in test class, which call functions from those class of pages. Here is a diagram outlining what I just described. We have two classes, pages and tests. Within pages, we specify various web UI elements and functions, and in test, we call upon those testing functions. Next, we will create our page object model. First, we'll create the part that tests this form on our website. To do so, first we have to make the package pages. We can do this by right-clicking here and creating a package called pages. Next, within this package, we will create a Java class called form. In this class, we will first import the necessary packages that we need. Following that, we will specify various web elements and methods needed to test. I have pasted it here. As we can see, first, I specify various locators for the web elements on our website. For example, name, email, telephone, and age. Next, I've created methods to test the various functions on our form in our website. For instance, this is enter text forms. This will test the drop-down list, and this will make it submit the form. After we create the form class under our package pages, as we recall in our page object model, we will need to create another class under test. We can do that by going to our test package and creating a new Java class called form. Here I use the same name, but really the name is not that important. Similarly, we will first need to import the packages that we will be using. As we can see, we also use the JUnit after, before, and test within this test class. Next, I will paste the code within the class itself. Here we also specify before, test, and after. Instead here, however, during our test, we create a form instance from our pages and we call upon the various methods within form. Now, I will see if this works by right-clicking the form class itself and then running form. And as you can see, our class form successfully tests the form on our web page. The next part of our page object model will test the golf course on our website. So let me show you what that looks like. Here is a list of different golf courses. We can have the ability on this website to search the golf course, or we can filter the golf course by country. For instance, we can select Canada and click filter, and it will show us the golf courses found in Canada. Now, the purpose of this next part is we want to test this golf course portion on our website. So, similarly, what we will do is first we will create a class under pages called golf. And as we did before, we will need to import the various packages necessary for this class. After, I'm going to paste over some code within the golf class. And in this code, we have the various web elements shown here, and we also have one method to test the search function and one method to test the filter by country function. After we create the class golf under pages, next we'll need to create a class under the test for this page. So we will name this golf as well. And as we did before, we will paste the various packages that we need to import. So this includes JUnit after, JUnit before, and JUnit test. And we will also paste this code that we have within the golf class. And like before, we specify the before, test, and after. And here we see that we create various instances of golf and we test various functions of golf. So for instance, here we test the search function, and here we test the filter by country function. So let us see how this runs. As we can see, that was the search function, and that was the filter by country function. In this next part, we will test the function on this web page that allows you to book a golf course. For instance, if you click this, it will allow you to book a golf course from this drop-down list. So, similar to before, we will need to create various classes for this test. First, we'll go under the packages page and we'll create a Java class called booking. And like before, we will import the packages that we need. And we will specify the various web elements and methods for testing. And here we see that the web elements are specified here,
and those functions, they're specified down here. For instance, book golf course right here. Next, we will need to go to the test package and create another class. We will name this booking as well, and here we will paste the necessary packages first, and then we will paste the various code within the class. Similar to before, this has a before, test, and after within this test class. So this time when we run it, instead of running each individual one separately, you can actually have the ability to run all the tests. And we will just allow it some time to run this, and we see that this test is the form. And now we see that after running all the tests, the results are shown here. We see that for the booking test, we've tested book golf. For the form class, we tested the submit form. And for the golf class, we actually tested both the search and the select country. And the reason for this one, it shows 2, but for the other one shows 1, is because under golf, we specified 2 tests. Now, with these results, we're actually able to export it directly from this IDE. All you have to do is hover your mouse here and slide it to the side, and we can export our test results here. We just click OK, and we're done. Thank you for joining our Selenium Automation Test tutorial. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe. See you next time. Welcome to our AMD Lucid Automation Testing channel. We will have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you better understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Please subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates. In today's video, we are going to be talking about Selenium Cucumber. In today's video, we will talk about BDD, which stands for Behavior Driven Development. So BDD is largely facilitated through the use of a simple domain-specific language using natural language constructs. For example, this is like English-like sentences. And these can express the behavior and the expected outcome that we want to see from our test. So one thing that we use a lot is Cucumber Gherkin. And in Cucumber Gherkin, the keywords are given, when, then, and. So here's an example of a test case in Cucumber Gherkin, which is a feature file. So we are given a scenario where a user wants to book a golf course. Given, I open booking in Chrome. When, I fill in fields and save booking. Then I close web browser. We see that in this scenario, we use the given, when, then, and keywords. So how do we set up a Cucumber Gherkin in Selenium Automation? First, we need to update the dependencies in our pom.xml file. Following that, we need to import classes. Java source classes for web elements and functions and so on. And then we need to make Java classes as well, such as run cucumber tests, step definitions. And finally, we need to make text feature files. For example, we'll show later, these could be golf.feature, booking.feature, but the extension of the files is feature. So this is just a quick flow diagram of what we just described. So in BDD testing, we have communication between the QAs, developers, and clients, and so on. And then this
will then be communicated into Gherkin, Cucumber Gherkin test cases using simple English language. So after that, we have here, we will set up our Cucumber tests, and then from the Cucumber tests, classes and stuff, we will move it on, and we will use step definition classes to relay the information to our Selenium Java Maven project. And so basically this in the middle here is just to communicate between the different parts of our project. So now we will look at a simple example of a BDD project. So like I mentioned earlier, the first thing we need to do is we need to import the dependencies into our pom.xml file. So here we see that first we need to import our dependencies for Cucumber Java, and down here we need to import our dependencies for Cucumber JUnit. And again, this is in our pom.xml file. What I'll do next is I will go under Java here, and I will create a new package. And I'm going to name this package Features with an uppercase F. And same thing down here under our test folder, I'm going to create another package as well. And I'm going to name this Features with a lowercase f. And so these names of these packages don't really matter too much, but I just want to keep it consistent for our project. So under the first features package, I'm going to create a class called Booking. And in this class, we will basically outline various functions and various web elements that we need for testing. So first thing I'll do is I'm going to import our dependencies. So here, I imported the various dependencies that we need. Following that, I'm going to paste over some code, and I'll describe it briefly afterwards. So what I just did was I just pasted some code, and so the first parts of the code, we basically specified the web elements. So we have the ID of the calendar, the ID of the phone, email, and book by, etc. And then later on, I created various functions, and these functions performed various tests on our web page. For example, this one would test opening the Chrome web browser, and then we also have one for booking a golf course, and so on. The next thing we will do is we will go to our other package with a lowercase f, Features. First, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste in a Java class. This Java class is called runCucumberTest. In this class, the first thing we do is we have to import the dependencies that we need to use. So we import Cucumber options, and we import Cucumber JUnit. Here we see that there's an @Cucumber options here, and we specified features equal to this package location, or this file location. And basically what this is to specify the features files that we'll be using later, and this will direct us to this package folder we have right here, because later we will be putting our feature files into this folder. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste another Java class into this package folder. This Java class is called Step Definitions. In the first part of this Java class, what we do is we import the various dependencies we need. First, we see that we're importing our features booking class that we specified earlier. I'm going to comment this out right here because this is something that we will use for another part of the project. Here we have a few key terms from Cucumber that we import. So we import the given, then, when, and the and key terms that we described earlier. So now we're going to look a little bit inside our step definitions class. So this is the standard before in our JUnit, But here is what is a little bit different. First is what we do is we set up an instance for our booking class that we specified earlier. And within here, we use the various key terms given, when, and then. So if we look at given here, it says, I open booking in Chrome. So this is basically the English phrase that we translate in our test. And this will translate into us using the open booking function within our booking class from earlier. And this will basically open the Chrome browser. Next, we see that for when term, we use the English phrase, I fill in fields and save booking. And this phrase in the step definitions class will basically translate it to the book golf course function in our original bookings class from up here. And finally, in then, we will use the English phrase I close web browser, and this will translate into the close function in the booking instance that we created, and this will basically close the Chrome web browser. Below here, down here, these are some other classes that we have. This is something we'll describe later because it will be used to show some other functions. So I'm just going to comment this out for now. And so this is basically our step definitions class. So like I described earlier, what makes the step definition class unique is that it is basically the thing that communicates between our Java Maven project, which is specified up here, in this class up here, and basically our feature files from our Cucumber test. So our final step now intuitively is that we need to create our features file. So I'm going to paste features file over into this package down here with the lowercase f, features. And we're going to call it booking.features with the extension feature. And here we basically see this is what the Cucumber test feature file looks like. We have our features, we call it booking, and then we have a scenario. And the scenario we specify is, as a user, I want to book a golf course. Notice here, we don't pass any variables. We don't specify what kind of golf course we want to book, when we want to book it. We just simply want to book a golf course. And that's why we use the scenario keyword. And then below here, we have three key terms, the given, when, and then. And these three phrases, these three English phrases, we actually saw earlier in our step definitions class. And so if we refresh our memory, in our step definitions class, we see that these match the three key phrases, English phrases that we have here. And this is why we say that the step definition class will translate the booking.feature file into our Java Maven project. So now what we can do is we can test this. What I'll do is I'll go here and I'll just run the test in features. And we see that what happens is we open our browser, we fill in the thing, and then we will close the browser. So the given term, which is we open the Chrome browser, that happened. The when term is when we fill in the fields in the booking and we save the booking. We saw that happen as well. And finally, we saw that then key term happen as well because the web browser closed. And so that is just a simple example of a Cucumber test. So next, I'm going to introduce an example that is a little bit more complex. So again, the first thing we'll do is we'll go under our features package here, and I'm going to paste a class. And we're going to call this golf. So if we go through this class, we see that the first thing we do again is we import the various dependencies we need. And then next what we do is we specify some various web elements. So here, this is the IDs and the just basically the locators for the different elements that we need to look at. And then we also specify some functions that perform some stuff. So we have the open golf course function here. We have a close function here. And then we have a search function here. Notice in this function here, we actually have an argument. And the argument is a string, and it's golf. And that's the golf course we're searching for. And we also have validate name address, which also has two arguments. So the string here and the string here. And these are used in this function. And we also have the select country function, which also takes another argument. So this is a little bit different from what we did earlier in our bookings function, where none of the functions took any arguments. So now we're going to look at how we can basically make this project happen, as now we need arguments for our different functions. So again, what we'll do is we'll come back down to this features package with the lowercase f. And we're going to, first what we're going to do is we're going to paste our features file. So I'm just going to paste a features file. And this feature file looks a little bit different. So on the top, we specify the feature as golf. And now we see that this looks a little bit different than what we had earlier. Instead of using the scenario keyword, we use scenario outline. And this is because this time we have arguments to pass. So let's look through this very quickly. So our scenario outline is, as a user, I want to search for a golf course. So given I am using a user for a golf course, when I enter a golf course, and we see here, there's these this right here. This is to specify a variable. And next we see our AND key term. I validate golf course name and its address for searching. We see that we specify two more variables here. And then our then key term is I close web app. And down here, examples. These are basically various examples for these variables that we decide to pass through. So golf would be the first one here, would show that we're going to use Tiger C for that golf variable. And next here, for the name, we are going to use Tiger C as well for that variable. And then for the address, we're going to use this address. Following that, we have Sky Golf Course for this first variable, Sky Golf Course for the second variable, and then we have this 100 Avenue for the address variable, and so on. So that is that. And then we see we do the similar thing down here. This time, in this scenario outlined below, we have a different set of variables. So we have the country variable and we have the address variable. And again, we specify these three variables using three different scenarios. So there's a Sweden scenario where we have the country as Sweden, and then the name as PGA Sweden National, and the address is that. And then we have it for Iceland, Canada, and so on. So we see that the booking .feature file this time is a little bit more comprehensive. There's a lot more examples that we're testing for. So remember, we can go back to our step functions, step definitions function class. And earlier I commented out these functions down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to uncomment it, because this time we'll be using it. So I am going to uncomment that. And now let's just quickly look through it. So it starts right about here. And so first thing we do is we create a new instance for golf. And this basically just uses the golf class we specified earlier. And now we have our given, when, and when, and then key terms. So we're going to look through that really quickly. So first, for a given key term, I am a user for golf course. This looks very similar to what we had earlier. There's no arguments being specified. Next, we have the when key term. And here we have I enter a golf course. And then we have this right here. And this is basically just to specify the variable. So whatever we have here, this will take as the variable down here, and that will be thrown into the function search. So whatever we put here will be the variable golf. Next, we have the and key term. I validate golf course name. We have this variable here and its address, and we have this variable here for searching. And these two will be thrown into the function as the variables n and add. Same thing for this other when key term. This will be a variable, and that would be the variable country. And then we have I close web app for the then key term. And for the run keyprograms test, we can just keep this function or keep this class the same because it just specifies where our feature files are. So now I'm going to go through this really quickly. Now we're going to have to import this again. So I'm going to uncomment that. And now we can test this again. So run test in features. So the first thing it'll do is it will test the booking that we specified first. So the simple example, and we see that it works. Next, it's going to test the golf. So we see that it's going through the various scenarios that we specified because we specified many scenarios. And finally, we see that all the scenarios went through. First, it was for the feature testing for booking, and then it was for golf that we just specified, the more complicated example. And the reason we have 6 different tests for golf is because in the golf.feature file, we created 6 different examples as shown here.
So I hope you learned something useful from this video, and I wish you good luck on your own project. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe so you can see our most recent videos. Thank you for watching. See you next time. Welcome to our ADM Lucid Automation Testing channel. We'll have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you better understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates.
In today's video, we will talk about how to use extent reports and screenshots in Selenium Automation Testing. So, with the extent libraries, you can create beautiful and interactive detailed reports for your tests. In these reports, you can add events, screenshots, tags, devices, authors, or any relevant information you want so that you think it would be useful later on when you're looking at the output. Before you do that, one thing you need to do is you need to update your pom.xml file, and you need to add this dependency right here. This dependency is needed to create these extent reports. Next, what you need to do is in the class that you're writing the code, you need to import the classes. So here are 3 lines that you would write in the beginning of your class where you import the extent reports, you import the extent HTML reporter, and the extent test. After that, within the class itself, now you have to create a few instances. So first here you would have to do, you have to create a new extent HTML reporter here, and then you would also have to create a test using this method right here, and then you can try various things. So here you can try a command here, and if it passes, then you'll write detail, and if there is no command to perform on that element, then you can catch an exception, and you can pass the exception to your extent report. And we've been through this a couple of times. This is just to show you the sort of general structure of this. Now, to take screenshots, there are 2 different methods native to Selenium that you can just use directly. So the first one is where you capture a screenshot of the entire browser directly. And this is an example of that. So to take a screenshot, you would just use it. So you get the browser URL that you want to look at, And then this line right here is to take the screenshot. So you just get screenshot as, and then you take a screenshot using this line of code. However, there is another way that you can take screenshots in Selenium. And this is to take a screenshot of a specific element on your web browser. So instead of taking a screenshot of the entire screen, you can take a screenshot, for instance, of this line only, and then you can save it. And to do that, you can use this method native to Selenium instead. So you can do this. So you can do web element, you define the element that you want, and then you can take a screenshot of that element. Next, we're going to look at our code. And we're going to show you the steps that we mentioned earlier to use extent reports. So first, we must go to our pom.xml file here, and we must enter the dependency. So right here, we have entered the dependency extent reports. Next, I'm going to go to the controller class booking, and I'm going to show you how we set it up. So first, as we mentioned earlier, here we have to import the extent reports, extent test, and extent HTML reporter here. So after we import that, we have to create some new instances. So right here, we create an extent report instance. We also create extent HTML reporter instances here as well. Now, for each class, or for each method, inside, we have to create a separate instance. So for instance, in the book Golf Course 2, we create an instance for the test, extent test. And we do this each time in each method. So let's just take a quick look at maybe like a line of code or something. So if we look at here, for instance, or let's see, if we look at right here, first what we do is we use a bunch of try and catch statements. So here we're using try, click button. So we're asking the program to click a button on the website. If the test passes, we'll insert this line of text into our extent report. And if it fails, for instance, if some no such element exception error comes up, we catch the error and then we write this went wrong in our extent report. And you see, it says here, test fail. This is what we write into our extent report. Next, we use some more try and catch statements. The first one is we try to take a screenshot, and we try to catch an exception if it doesn't allow us to take a screenshot. Following that, we try to add the screenshot into our HTML report. So right here, it's just trying to add it into HTML report, and we're trying to catch any exception we get there. So I'm just going to quickly run this and show you what we mean and what it looks like. So go here, and then we can just run book in Chrome. And there, yeah, so we finished running that, and that's using extent reports. Okay, so what we just did was we just ran the extent reports. Now, what we did is we took a screenshot of the entire browser. However, sometimes you might want to take a screenshot of individual elements. So how can we do that? Well, first, I'm just going to uncomment these two lines of code which we just ran, and I'm going to uncomment these codes, these lines right here. And the main difference we have here is in this one, we're using get screenshot 2, which takes a screenshot of each individual element. Whereas here, we use get screenshot right here, and that takes a screenshot of the entire browser. So for instance, what we just ran, let me show you. So in the code that we just ran, we used the screenshot method, which takes a screenshot of the entire browser. For instance, if I open up the screenshot that was taken here, this one right here,
we see that it takes a screenshot of the entire browser. However, as we mentioned earlier, you also have the option to take a screenshot of individual elements in your browser. So I'm just going to comment this line of code out, and I'm going to show you these 2 lines of code instead, which take a screenshot of individual elements in the browser. And the main difference in these 2 lines of code is right here. This one uses get screenshot, whereas this one uses get screenshot 2, which takes a screenshot of individual elements. Now we can run this again, but before we do that, I just want to show you here, we also have the option for test.warning. So when a test warning shows up, we can add this into the extent report. Whereas earlier, we only used test pass and test fail. So I'm going to go down back to Book in Chrome. So I'm going to save, and I'm going to go Book in Chrome, and I'm going to run this again. So and now that's complete. Let us open this up. So I'm gonna go by modified date. So this is the one we just ran. And if I open up the screenshot, it's just a small element on the website. And some of you might wonder, why did we use booking warning instead for this one right here? The reason is sometimes when the screenshot's too small, you're not able to add it onto the HTML file, and so we use warning to catch that warning instead. And yeah, if we open up the HTML extent report file, for instance, you don't see the screenshot down here because we were unable to add it onto it.
Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. Welcome to our ADM Lucid Automation Testing channel. We will have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you better understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates.
In today's video, we will talk about data-driven testing. So, data-driven testing is a software testing approach where test cases are designed based on different sets of data rather than fixed inputs. It involves executing the same test script with multiple data sets to validate the behavior of the application under various conditions. The purpose of data-driven testing is to increase test coverage, identify potential defects, and verify that the application functions correctly with different input values. So here are the benefits of data-driven testing. The first, there's improved test coverage. With a wide range of input data, more scenarios are covered, increasing the chances of finding defects. The second is reusability. By separating test data from test scripts, datasets can be reused across different tests, saving time and effort. The third advantage is scalability. It is easier to scale data-driven tests to handle larger datasets without modifying the test scripts. The fourth is maintainability. Changes in test data can be made independently of test scripts, making maintenance more straightforward. The fifth and final one is flexibility. Testers can quickly add new test data to verify additional scenarios. Data-driven testing is particularly useful when an application has a large number of test cases with similar functionalities and when there is a need to validate various combinations of input data. By adopting this approach, software testing becomes more efficient, effective, and adaptable to changing requirements. We will show you how to implement automation data-driven testing. Our test data sets stored in two-dimensional arrays or CSV files or within a database. As we mentioned earlier, you can test from different sources of data. The first we mentioned was a two-dimensional string array. So here's an example of a two-dimensional string array. Within the array, there's another array, and in each array within the array, there is 5 fields to that. And this is the syntax for that. So if I wanted to add another test case, what I would do is I'd make a comment here, and then I would first I'll just do that. So this will be our new test case here. So let me go to our website that we want to test. So we want to test golf courses. So if I go to here, let's, for instance, I want to add a different one. So I'm going to add this golf course right here. So I'm going to add the name. So this will be the first field. So remember, this is a string array, so we have to put brackets. So I do that. Next, we will add the second field, which is the address. So I just add the address, copy that, and then I will paste that here. Third field will be the description. So I will copy the description, and then I will paste the description. The fourth field is the email, so I will copy the email. I will paste the email, and the final field is the phone number. So remember that each of these are strings, so you must put the quotations around it. So I copy the phone number, and then finally I will paste the phone number, and this is our two-dimensional string array with 4 different test cases in it. So now that this is done, I'm just going to click save, and then I will come down to our test class. So here we're just going to test this. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to run Golf Chrome. So go to Golf Chrome, right click, and then I will run Golf Chrome. And there we go. All 4 of our test cases have ran. Next, we will talk about reading data from a CSV file, which stands for comma-separated values. So here's an example of a comma-separated file. Here we have it, I opened up in Excel, but regularly what we would have is we would have a comma separating each field that we want to look at, and then these would all be strings. So again, similar to last time, we have the golf course name, the address, the description, the email, and the phone number. So this class that we have, controller class here, search golf course from CSV, this is the class that, this is the method that we created to deal with this. So first, what we have is we loaded our CSV into our directory, and we have it here, testdata.csv. And with that, we can read the CSV within this method right here using CSV reader. After that, we describe the CSV basically. And how we describe it is we say that the first field is going to be the golf name, the second field is going to be a golf address, the third field is a golf description, the fourth, the email, the fifth is the phone number, and etc. After we finish that, what we do is we try to do a bunch of commands with this information. So here we try to enter whatever golf name we have into the search text box, and then depending on if the test passes or fails, we send some information into the extent report afterwards. And same here, we do some other stuff with the information we have as well, and ultimately that's what we get. So now I'm gonna try and run this. So I'm just gonna go down to Golf Chrome here, and this time I'm gonna comment out this one, which was using the to-do array, and instead I'm gonna use search golf course by CSV. So I'm gonna uncomment this one, I'm gonna save it, and then now I will run it. So I'm gonna run Golf Chrome. and the test has passed. And remember that we've been saving this extent reports into a local directory, so I can just open that up. What I'm going to do is first go here, and so this test is the one we just ran for the CSV, and we see that the test passed and all 15 steps passed as well. I forgot to show you the one from earlier where we just ran it from a two-dimensional array. I'll open that up, and we see that they all passed as well. Next, we are going to look at running a test from a database. So on my screen here, I'm going to open out my SQL workbench. So in this, this is what we use to prepare the database for the test that we want to look at. So under here, we create our own database called ADM. And under ADM, in the database, under tables, we created a golf table. And in the golf table, we have two entries right now, which is just our test data. So our first entry is golf vacations, and our second entry is McClary Golf Course. And these contain the same fields as before, which is name, address, description, email, and phone number. So with this, we can go back to our code, and let me go to a controller class first. So I'm going to go to our new, I'm going to go first, what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to go all the way up to the top. And we notice here, in order to run using the database from MySQL, you have to import some new packages. So here we have SQL connection, SQL driver manager, SQL exception, SQL result set, and statement. And we are able to import these because, again, we had to add new dependencies into our pom.xml file. So here we see our dependency. We added MySQL dependency right here. So back to our controller class. Now we can look at our new method. So I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to go to our new method, which we named search golf course DB, short for database. So first, there's a few things we have to notice. One is that we have the URL for our database, which in our case right now is a local database. And then we have the username and the password. Also, let us go down and we will come to here. We see that this, just notice that this is a string, this test data string is select all from the database table, golf. And so this just establishes the connection to our database right here. And then we go here. And now what we do is we're going to verify what we see on the website with what we find on the database. So here it says that if we have a connection still, we perform these actions. So under this result set right here, we are basically getting, we're executing this test data, which is basically grabbing everything from that database table here. And then from the table, we read each line separately. So reading the first line, for instance, we say that the first entry is the name, second is the address, the third is the description, the fourth is the email address, and the fifth is the phone number. And we do each test independently for each entry. So after we do that, we'll basically clear the golf course, and then we'll do it again, and then we'll look at the next entry until there's no more entries. And at the end, we have to close this result set, and then we also have to close our statements and the connection so that we can make sure that there's so it's done. So now I'm going to show you the test class. So you see under the test class, this time we're using search golf course DB. So just going to save, and then we can run this, and we can show you what this looks like. I'm going to run the golf course cron. That's the one that we have to run. So run that. And we see that it checked each field independently and the test passed. We can also go to our results here. I'll sort by the last time the date was modified into our test right here, so the golf one. And we see that our test passed and all 15 steps passed as well. Thank you for listening. This concludes our data-driven testing video. If you liked the video, please like and subscribe, and we hope to see you next time.
Welcome to our ADM Lucid Automation Testing channel. We will have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you better understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates.
Hi, in today's video, we'll be talking about DevTools. So, let us first introduce DevTools. Browser DevTools are a set of built-in tools in modern web browsers such as Chrome, Firefox, and Edge that developers use to diagnose and debug web applications. These DevTools provide insights into network activity, performance, Java debugging, CSS inspection, and many more. Selenium 4 integrates the browser DevTools protocol directly into the WebDriver API, enabling you to control and interact with DevTool features from your Selenium scripts. So next we're going to talk about a few key features and use cases of DevTools. The first involves performance metrics. You can collect and analyze performance metrics of your web application using DevTools. This includes metrics like page load time, network activity, and rendering performance. You can also do stuff involved with network manipulation. You can intercept and modify network requests and responses, which is useful for testing how your application behaves under various network conditions. It can also do stuff with JavaScript execution. For instance, you can evaluate JavaScript code in the context of the current page, which can be useful for automation and testing purposes. Some more involves, we can talk about, for instance, console output. It can allow you to capture and analyze browser console output and errors. Emulation. We can simulate different device and network conditions to test the responsiveness of your web application. And finally, security auditing. You can check for security vulnerabilities and issues using DevTools security-related features. In the next part of the video, we will show you how to code this in your Selenium automation script. We'll give you an example that involves console output, emulation, as well as performance metrics. Next, I will walk you through the code that we have to perform these tests. So first, I want you to know that if you want to look through the code yourself, you can go to the description below in the comments to find the code itself. But in order to use DevTools in our own project, the first thing we have to do is we have to upgrade our Selenium. So what we did here is we went to our pom.xml file and we upgraded the version to 4.110. Originally what we had was 4.80, so we had to upgrade it to at least 4.110 to be able to run DevTools. Now after doing that, we added a controller class. So under the controller package, right here, we added a DevTools. So here is our DevTools class. Before I walk you through the code, I just want to show you that we had to import various packages in order to run DevTools. So it starts right here. The first thing we imported was just DevTools, and then we also imported Selenium DevTools.v115 emulation. And we also imported some other things using v115 version. For instance, it's log, performance for performance metrics, performance.model.metric, and so on. So make sure when you're running your own code, you import these packages as well. So moving down, let me just show you the various classes that we created, or the various methods that we created. So the first one here, geolocation_city. In this method, what we try to do is we try to change the location of our browser to various different cities, depending on the string that we input. So the idea of this is different browsers behave differently when the user accesses it from a different location. And that's what we want to test for. So as you can see here, the 3 different cities that we could choose from were Berlin, London, and Tokyo.
And so let me just show you a little bit, some key parts of the code. So the first part is right here, we had to do get DevTools. So we had to create an instance of DevTools, and then we have to create its session. After we create session, then now we can use emulation dot set geolocation override, and this basically allows us to override the location of our browser. And so for this method, we are going to be using this one website that tells us where our location is to show you that we are able to change the location of our browser. So the next method, web performance metrics. So this one, in this method, we want to use DevTools to grab a bunch of performance metrics for our website. So again, right here, we have to create an instance for DevTools right here, and then we create a session. And then for this method specifically, we have to do performance.enable. And then we can run a various different things, and we can grab different metrics. So for here, we use the website here, which we feed in as a string. So depending on what website you want to test, you just feed it into the method as a string argument. And afterwards, with the different performance metrics, we write them into a file called report.csv. The next method that we use is view console logs. Again, in this method, we created an instance for DevTools right here. We also had to start a session, so we created a session. And then we also had to do log.enable. And in here, what we did is we basically grabbed a bunch of different outputs. So we see that for log entry right here, we can grab a bunch of different outputs. So for instance, URL, it's a network request ID, and so on. And we can see that. And then, yeah, so this one just grabs the console logs. And finally, we have a device method. And in the device method, what we do is we change, we try to view the web page from different devices. So we can view it from an iPhone, an iPad, or tablet, all from our computer itself. We just try to tell the website we're viewing it from an iPhone so it can change its behavior, and we see if it works on the iPhone, and so on for iPad and tablet as well. And again, we have to create an instance using DevTools right here, start the session, and then we have to do emulation.setDeviceMetric override right here, which allows us to override and view it from a different device. So this is the controller class. Next, I'm going to show you the test class that we have for this package, for these features, and I'm going to test each feature that we talked about individually so you can see what's going on. First, what I'm going to do is I'm going to test the geolocation city, and I'm going to try to change our location to Tokyo right here. So what I can do is I can go ahead and run this. And we'll give it some time to run. And we've set it so that the browser doesn't close itself, so I can show you that the location actually changed. So we see that it says our current location, your location is Tokyo. And it shows us on the map that we're right here in Tokyo. So we can go ahead and close this, and I can actually change this argument to Berlin, for instance. And I'm going to save, and let me run again. So and this time we see our location is changed to Berlin, Germany instead. And this is where we are in Berlin. Next, I'm going to show you the web performance metrics. So I'm going to comment that out. I'm going to run this one instead. I'm going to save. And now we're going to try and get some performance metrics on the website admlucid.com. So after we finish running this, what we basically told the method to do is to save all the performance metrics into a CSV file right here under the package report. And here we see all the different performance metrics for that website. We can go back to DevTools, and now I'm going to show you the console log. So I'm going to run this. And now we can scroll down and we see that this is the console logs that we're interested in right here, and it shows us the console logs right here. And finally, what we can do is we can run device. So we try to change it so it gives an iPhone, thinks we're from an iPhone. And basically here it tells us what kind of device it thinks that we came from. For instance, it's different pixel size, screen size, and so on. And that's the way we kind of verify that it thinks we're from an iPhone. For instance, if we were to change this to iPad, let me just quickly go to this part right here and see what we're able to change it to. For instance, we can change it to iPad. So we can write iPad instead. iPad. And we can run this. And now it changes this to the dimensions of the iPad. I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you found it helpful in learning a little bit more about DevTools. If you are interested in looking through the code again by yourself, look at the description below. We will have the code posted on our website. Thank you for listening, and we look forward to seeing you in our next video.
Welcome to our ADM Lucid Automation Testing channel. We'll have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates.
In today's video, we will talk about BiDirectional API. So first, I'm going to introduce some general knowledge about bidirectional API or involving bidirectional API, so we can understand the motives behind bidirectional API. So first, let's talk about basic authentication. So with certain web pages, they use a login page to secure pages. And so if a user wants to access those secure pages, they must log in first. In Selenium, we can actually bypass this login, which is useful when we want to test the secure pages behind the login page. Next, we'll talk about mutation observation, and this is the ability to capture events via WebDriver BD when there are DOM mutations on a specific element in the DOM. Next, listening to JavaScript exceptions in Selenium Automation involves monitoring and capturing any errors that occur in the JavaScript code of a web application while running your automated tests. This can be useful for identifying issues and debugging problems in your web application. And finally, network interception. So in Selenium Automation, network interception refers to the ability to capture, manipulate, and analyze network traffic between the browser and the web server during test execution. This capability is particularly useful when you have scenarios where you want to simulate various network conditions, intercept and modify HTTP requests and responses, or just capture network-related information for testing and debugging purposes. So next, we'll show you some code of how to implement this in using Selenium. So here we have the code for the BiDirectional API. We've created a controller class called CDPimple, and this is a controller class we have right here. And before looking at the code, I just want you to notice that we had to import a few dependencies. So we had to import DevTools, network interceptor, DOM mutation events. We also had to import right here has log events, HTTP response, route as well. And also atomic reference, UTF-8 string, and DOM mutation here as well. So those are the dependencies that we had to import before actually writing the class. So now looking at the controller class, CDPimple. So in this controller class, we have 4 different methods. So the first method we have here is to look at the basic authentication of a website. So let's look at this method first. So in this method, we have to first create an instance for a Chrome driver, and then as you see here, this is the web page that we try to access. So this web page usually has a login page before you can access any secure pages behind it. And so in order to bypass it using this method, we specified a admin password and username that lets us bypass it. And this method should allow you to bypass that login page and access the secure pages behind it. Next, for mutation observations in the DOM, we created another class called mutation ops. And in this class, again, we had to create an instance for the Chrome driver. We also had to create an instance for a thing called atomic reference. And then afterwards, basically, we say that this is the website we want to test, google.com. And essentially what we do is we want to see if there's any mutations in the DOM. So we basically assert that certain elements within the page is of certain values. So we're saying that, for instance, this is of the attribute name of this is class, and that the current value of whatever we assert here is YF, and so on. Next, for the JavaScript exception examples, in this one, we also had to create some new instances. So first, we have the Chrome driver instance, and then we also had to use DevTools here and create a DevTools session. Afterwards, we created an array list here to store the exceptions, and right here we define that the website we want to test is ADM Lucid. And then below that, we're basically giving it some JavaScript execution commands, and we're testing if it responds how we want to. And if it doesn't respond how we want to, we throw a new error, and then this is the error we get when we click. And finally, for network interception, we do the same thing. So we create an instance for the network interceptor, and here we're basically we're creating a new HTTP response. And first, we're checking if the status is 200, and then we're also checking if the header contains whatever we want. So this time, the header is of this content type, and then the header contains creamy delicious cheese. And if it does, then we pass it. And in this method right here, we're testing the driver. We're trying to test the web page ADM Lucid. So that's a controller class. Next, we created a test class under our test package here called CDPimple as well. And we're just going to test each one individually first. So first, we're going to test the basic authentication. And before we do that, I just want to show you what I mean. So here is what it usually looks like. You have to log in here in order to access the web page behind it. So in this class, this method, we should be able to bypass that. So let me just go ahead and run that. And you see we're able to bypass that login page to access the secure page behind the login page. So that is basic authentication. Next, we're going to look at mutation ops. So again, we're going to run this. And so after running this, let me just drag this up a little bit. We see that it all passed, and we can actually scroll all the way down. And if we had any errors during our asserts, they would show up here in red. But we didn't have any errors, and we see that, for instance, the status 200, so that's right. And we also see the content type is length 14, and we basically see that our assertions for this mutation ops was correct for that web page. And yeah, so that's the mutation ops. Next, we can try and check out the JavaScript exceptions example. So we'll go ahead and run this. So basically, we tell it to do a bunch of commands on this ADM Lucid website. And it's still running it. And there we go. So for this one, we see that it all passed. It was able to execute all the commands that we gave it on the website, and it worked out. And we see that here, if we go all the way down to here, right here, it says that these commands were able to be run. But right here, we actually get an exception error, and it says error when click at HTML anchor on click at this location of 17. And this is actually what we expected. We purposely put something that would cause an error in there so that we could catch it. So it says throws a new error when click, and that's exactly what we get here. And so we get error when click. And finally, we can test the network interception class. So I will create this, and then I will run this now. And basically in this one, it passed again, and it showed the website as creamy delicious cheese, which is, we know that it passed. And in this method, we basically were able to find the status 200. We were able to get the right content type, and so it inserts that statement saying that we were able to find creamy delicious cheese in the header, and so it gave us that result. Thank you for listening to this video. I hope this video kind of gave you a good introduction to bidirectional APIs. If you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe, and stay tuned for more videos.
Welcome to our ADM Lucid Automation Testing channel. We will have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you better understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates.
In today's video, we will test for color on a web page. So let me explain what I mean. So sometimes we want to validate the color of web elements as part of our testing. For example, on a website, we may want a warning message to be in red, or a button to be a certain color. For example, a delete button could be red, a create button could be blue, and so on. So Selenium 4 actually has a color class, which can allow us to use Selenium to validate the color of web elements. So In today's video, we wrote some code to validate some colors. So within our code, there's a few things we wanted to test for. So this is our webpage. So under golf courses, one thing we wanted to test for was in this field, we wanted to test that this create button was blue and also that these warning messages come up as red. Another thing we wanted to test for is we wanted to go to our home page and we wanted to test for whether this icon right here is actually black. And finally, one thing we wanted to test for is we wanted to test for a delete button. So in order to do that, we had to first log in and then we had to go to golf courses and then we have to search up the golf course that we want to test for. So in our case, it'd be test 2 and we want to test for this delete button, not that one, but this delete button to be red. So let me show you the code that we have for this. So again, right here under the controller package, we added a class called color. And in this color class, let me just make this a little bit more presentable. The first thing we had to do was we had to import selenium.support.color. And this is the color class that allows us to test for color on a web element. So under this class, we have a few different methods to test for each of those different colors that we mentioned earlier. So first, let's go down to here. I want you to bring to your notice that we actually had to define a few colors first. For example, we defined blue as having these RGBA elements and defining red as having these RGBA elements, deep red, yellow, and black. And these colors we all defined ourselves. If you have trouble knowing what RGBA elements your color has, you can just go online and find a tool and it'll convert it really easily for you. But the first thing we tested for it, so this is the method book golf class, book golf course. And in this method, we are testing for the book and golf course. So if you come down to here, this one just automatically fills in the form that we showed you earlier, and then I think it leaves a few items in the form blank. And so afterwards, what we do is we enter we click the button, we click create, and actually a few elements you should be given a few warnings, and those warnings we're testing if they're red. So we actually do it by doing this statement. So we try to do so we create a color instance, and using the color class, we grab the element by ID, the customer error, and then we grab the CSS value for color. And what we do is after we grab that, we see if that color that we grabbed is equivalent to the color that we defined earlier. And in our case, if it is, then we get this statement, and if it isn't, then we get a failure statement. And we use a try-catch statement in case there's any errors or exceptions that happen during this process. So that is for the customer error pop-up, but we also have the same thing for an email pop-up where this warning message you get when you don't fill out those forms. And as well, there's an email error pop-up here, and they all do essentially the same thing. We grab the color using the color class by finding its class ID element, and then we grab the CSS value color right here. Next, we also want to test for, and also I want to bring to your notice that this final one, we test if it's blue because we are grabbing its the create button, which was originally blue on the web page. Next, we look at the method picture color. And this essentially was where I showed you on the home page where we have that black icon. We wanted to see if that icon was actually black. And so to do that, we basically find the XPath value of that icon right here. And then again, we use the class to grab the color property. And then we see if it's equal to black. And then if it is, we get these statements. And if it isn't, we get some other statements. And also there's the delete golf course one where we had that delete button, which was supposed to be red. And in that one, we see that before we actually do that, you must be logged into the account. So we actually had to do a bunch of commands so that we would log into the account and then direct ourselves to that delete button. So that's what this is doing here. And then basically using this color class again, we look for the delete button and we find it by its XPath value. And then we get its background color. We get its background color value instead this time, which is because the delete button, the text is white, but the background in the box is red. So we grab that instead. And then we see if it's equal to, this time we use a color called deep red because the color is slightly different. And then we see if that works out. So this is under the controller package. And to test this, we have a class under the test package right here called color_edge. And in this one, we test, or we run for each of them. So I'm just going to bring us to here, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to run this. So we'll give it some time to run, and we see that there's these red pop-ups that come up for that first one that we're testing for. We see that it brings us to this page with the black icon, so we can retrieve the black icon. And then we see that it does a bunch of things right here. So you have to log in first, and then you have to find the golf course that you want to test for. And then we see that it brings us to the delete button that we want to test if it's red. So in this instance right here, we made it so that after it's finished testing, it doesn't automatically close the browser. And the reason we did that is because I just want to show you that each of the things that we're testing for. So we see that it's finished running. So I can actually go ahead and I can close these individual ones. So this one's testing for that red one and the blue button. And I'll just close each one of those edge windows. And for this one, instead of having to go to the console up here, we actually saved it into a separate folder here. And in this folder, basically it tells us about our tests. So all 3 tests passed. It tells us each of the expected steps. So for instance, for this one, it says the expected color was this RGBA value, and the actual color we got with this RGBA value, and so on. And that's what we got. So let me actually show you what happens if there is an error. So I can go back to my color class here, and then I can go, for instance, let me change this one. Let me change this to black. So what if what we spec is black, but it's actually not black? Now I actually have to change down here too, because this is the value that we wanted. So black right here. So let's say that's black and it's not supposed to be black. And let's say that this black one is supposed to be red, but it's actually not red. So let's see what happens. So I'm going to go ahead and save, and I'm going to run this again. So we'll give it some time to run. It's just going through each of those methods, 3 separate tests. And now, so it's got to the final one. Let me just confirm that it's completed. Yeah, so it's completed. I can close each of these edge windows again. And now I can go back to this one and open this up. And as expected, we had 2 tests that failed, because we changed some of the values. So for example, in this one that failed right here, this is one of the ones that we changed. So it was supposed to be a different color, but we got the wrong color. And also, we also see that this one failed as well right here, and we got the wrong color as well. So those 2 changes that we added to that thing afterwards, to our code afterwards, it caused these failures. And so yeah, we have the code in the description below. If you want to try it out for yourself, feel free to download it from our webpage, and then you can try out this yourself and implement it into your own project. We hope you found this video a little bit helpful. If you liked the video, please give us a like and subscribe to our channel, and stay tuned for any future videos. Thank you for listening.
Welcome to our ADM Lucid Automation Testing channel. We will have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates.
In today's video, we will be talking about Selenium's expected conditions. So, Selenium's expected conditions are a set of predefined conditions that you can use to wait for specific elements or events or states to occur within a web page when automating your browser interactions. So, these are part of the Selenium WebDriver framework and are useful when you want to synchronize your test script with the web application's behavior. Using expected conditions can help ensure that your automation script interacts with elements on the page only when they are in the desired state. For example, when certain things are clickable, or when certain elements are visible, or when certain things are present. So, to use the Selenium's expected condition, this is what you must do. You must typically first import WebDriver wait, use and also import expected conditions. Also, some expected conditions that you can define on your script is, for example, URL to be, visibility of certain elements. Maybe this element is clickable, then you do element to be clickable, or text to be, element to be selected, and so on. So before showing you our sample code, I just want to direct you to the expected conditions website that Selenium has itself. So on this website, you can find a bunch of different things you can test for, a bunch of different expected conditions and so on. For the sake of time, during this tutorial, we've only selected a few to test for in our sample code. So now I'm just going to show you our sample code. So this is our sample code for expected conditions. So to begin with, you see that we imported expected condition here, and we also imported WebDriver wait. So within our code, we have a bunch of different methods again that tests a bunch of different expected conditions. So let's begin with page title URL. So in this method, basically what we test for is we define a string S for the title, and we define a string URL for the URL, and we test using the WebDriver wait here, and then we use expected condition title is S here to see that the title on the web page is actually index-ADM Lucid. And the second one, WebDriver wait, and we define here, we tell it to wait 3 seconds. And then this one, title contains S, this essentially does the same thing. These two things both test if the title on the web page is this string S that we defined here. Now down here we have 3 different statements, and all 3 of these essentially do the same thing. They test if the URL on the web page we have is this one, admlucid.com-golf. And basically we test if the URL, for example, the first one is URL to be, second one is URL contains, third one is URL matches. These 3 all see and test for the same thing. So again, this expected conditions.java class is under the package for controller package. And then we also defined under the test package, like before, the expected C-Chrome. So we're just going to open that up, and I'm just going to uncomment this part relating to the page URL, page title URL, and save really quick, and then I'm just going to run it. So after we finish running it here, we actually saved our output into this folder screenshot. And we can open it up, and we see that all five of the functions, the expected condition functions, they passed. So title is, title contains, URL to be, URL contains, and URL matches, they all passed. So let me just go back to our original code, and let's say I add an S into the URL here. And let's try to run this again. So since we changed the URL into something else, what we expect is that all the URL ones will fail. So we'll give it some time to run. And now we're going to go back to the same folder. We're going to open it up, and we see that the title is and title contains, these two, they both pass. However, the three regarding the URL ones, they fail. And it's because the URL that we test for is different than the URL on the web page. So we can go ahead and close these two. And now I'm going to go back here. So I'll delete that for now. Now we can look at some other functions. So here we have void to be text matches. And in this one, essentially what we do is we're testing if on the website, this right here, we go here, this text to be at this specific location, it matches. So right here at this H1 location, if it matches the text right here that we define, so right here. And the second statement here is essentially doing the same thing, except we're using the function text to be present in element located by instead. And you see in the two different ones right here, they have different locators, but they essentially point to the same thing. So that's text to be text matches. Next, we have the visibility of elements. And for this one, essentially what we have is we have this image on our website. So we have this image right here, and we're testing if this image is visible. So right here, this first one, basically we're testing visibility of element located at that specific location. And then in the second one here, we're testing if it's invisible, so if we can't see it. And so for this second one, we would expect it to fail. Now next we have the method element to be selected. So for this one, basically what we have is we could have like a text box. So if I go to here, or not a text box, but a checkbox. For example, maybe not here, I go to here. For example, it will test for if this checkbox is checked on the website or if it's not. So if we look at it, this first statement here, element to be selected, and basically it's checking if this checkbox 1 is selected or not. And so in this one, we haven't selected it. So the first one, it should return false, it hasn't been selected. But in the second one right here, we will basically click the checkbox. So now it's selected. And again, we will test if it's selected again. And this time it should return true, it is selected. Next, we have element to be clickable. And in this one, basically what we're doing is we're testing if this certain element on the page we can click. So let me go to the website. Go back to our web page, web elements. So down here we have a button. So this button disabled for 15 seconds. Right now we can click it. It's clickable. So when I click it, after I click it, it's no longer clickable for the next 15 seconds. So basically what we do is we are testing if it's clickable. So first we test if it's clickable, element to be clickable, and then we give it its ID, and then we basically click the button, and then we test again if it's clickable. So the first one should be clickable, but after we click it, it should no longer be clickable when we test it the second time. And so those are the methods that we've generated for this. So let us go back to our test class, and I'm just going to comment out this first one because we already tested for it, and I'm going to uncomment this one, and this one. So I'm just going to run these three first, and then I'll run the last one afterwards. So save, and then go ahead and run it. And now we can open up the results and see what we got. So, as we see, during the first one, where it's text to be, this is basically checking if the text that we're looking at is actually the text that we see on the website. And we see that both of these, text to be and text to be present in element located, they both return as true. In the second one, we test to see if that image is visible on our website. And in the first one, we asserted visibility of element located is true, so we can see that image on the website. And in the second part of this method, we tested if that image, the same image, is invisible. And as expected, because the image is visible, it returns false for being invisible. And we see here, it gives us the false error. And now in the third element, or the third method to be tested, called beSelected. In this one, we had the checkbox on our website, and we basically first we test if that checkbox is selected, and we see that because we did nothing with the checkbox yet, it wasn't selected, and so this first returns false for being selected. However, after we give it the command to check the checkbox, we can test again to see if the checkbox is selected. And in the second statement, where we check if the checkbox is selected now, we see that it returns true because we selected the checkbox. So let's go back to here. We'll uncomment the last one, and we're going to comment out these first three again, and we're going to run it again. So let us open it up again, and we see that first we can click it because it hasn't been clicked yet. But after we click the button, now it's disabled for 15 seconds. So when we try to check again the second time if the element is clickable, it gives us an error that the element is not clickable. And yeah, so that concludes all the different conditions that we tested for in this lines of code. Remember that they have their own documentation as well, so there's some other things you can test for, some other conditions you can wait for as well. I hope that you found this video somewhat helpful, and if you did, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and we hope to see you again next time.
Welcome to our ADM Lucid Automation Testing channel. We'll have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates.
In today's video, we will talk about accessibility testing in Selenium Automation. So, accessibility testing is an important aspect for web and software development to ensure that our products are usable by people with disabilities. Web content accessibility guidelines These are guidelines that provide a set of criteria and success criteria for making web content more accessible. Axe is a popular web accessibility testing tool that automates the process of identifying and reporting accessibility issues on a web page. So, performing an Axe accessibility test using Selenium WebDriver in Java involves the following steps. So first, you must update your pom.xml, so you have to import the Axe dependency into your XML file. Next, you must import the library for Axe in your local class so that you can use Axe. And finally, you must actually implement Axe into your code. So you have to create an Axe instance. You have to create an Axe results instance. And right here for Axe results right here, there are various different functions that you can use to grab the results. But this is just two examples that you can use. You can use the .get violations or the violation free. Those two methods both will give you results regarding your website. So now I will show you a code implementation of using Axe for accessibility testing in your own Selenium Java project. So, like we stated earlier, the first step is going to your pom.xml file and putting this dependency into your pom.xml file. So you see right here, we have the .com, .dq, html.axe-core right here. And right now we have version 4.7. Now, after you do that, you have to, you can make your own local class now. So right here, we have an Axe class and we put it under the controller package. And so in this Axe class, the first thing you must do is you have to import the dependency. So you see up here, we imported the dependency for axecore.results.results. And this basically allows us to use any of the functions and methods in our browsers. So now looking at our actual class, I want to direct you to three functions that we will use to show the abilities of the accessibility testing using Axe. So the first is Axe Home. And in this class, importantly right here, I want you to notice that we created the instance for Axe Builder right here. And in this class, we're using right here, this is we're creating a results instance and we're analyzing the driver. So in this class first, the driver we're analyzing is just the homepage of admlucid.com right here. And we use some different functions in the Axe results class to get the accessibility test. So the first one is we use .get error message. Second one we use is get violations. And the third one we use is .violation free. And again, we use a try catch statement in case anything goes wrong. Now, the second function right here, the Axe golf. In this one, instead, we define the driver as admlucid.com-golf. So in this one, we're using basically Axe to perform an accessibility test on a different browser URL. And again, we create an instance for Axe builder.analyze here, as well as Axe builder up here. And then we use the three different methods that we used earlier. So get error message, get violations, and violation free. Now for the final one, we use Axe, it's called the class, the method Axe Herald. We use Axe on something else now. And in this one, we use Axe on the calgaryherald.com website. And again, similar to the other two methods, we create the instance Axe Builder right here, and we create an instance results from the Axe package. And those three different methods is basically the implementation of Axe. And now we can go to a test class, which we have under our Java text package right here, and we named it Axe_Chrome. And this is basically us using a try catch statement on these three different methods. And so I can go ahead and run this. And you see, first, it'll test the admlucid homepage, like we stated in the first method. The second method will now test the golf page. And you see we're at the golf page and it tests the golf page. And the final method will test the calgaryherald.com page right here. And now we have completed. So after we completed this, we stated inside our code so that it would save into our local files. So we can open up the folder and we can open up the results of the accessibility test. So right here are the results of the accessibility test. So this first one was for the ADM Lucid homepage, and we see these are the results. So use X-score test to test web accessibility of the web page, and this is the first error we get. And in these error messages, it actually tells you what part of your web page do you see some issues with accessibility. So in this first error right here, so right here, this is the first error, and it's basically saying images must have alternate text. And then the second error, and then we see that there's a bunch of different errors right here. And these are just suggestions for your website stating like how you can make it better and how you can make it more accessible to people with disabilities. I won't go through all of them because I think each of them will have to take a little bit of interpretation. But this is the second one, and this is for the ADM golf page. And again, it gives you all the different errors you have for your web page and how you can make it better. And if you have any confusions about these errors, there's actually a guideline online that you can search to understand these a little bit better. And the guideline is the Web Content Accessibility Guideline right there. And yeah, so this is the final one with the Calgary Herald website. And we see that we only ran one method on it, which is the violation-free method. And it's false, so there are violations on the website. And so if we go back to here, or right here actually, this is for the violations method, and we see that these are results for all three different methods. And this violation free is also false because there are violations on the website. So I hope this video kind of helped you understand a little bit better of how to perform accessibility tests with Axe. If you have any questions, please leave a comment below. We hope this video was helpful. So please subscribe to our channel if you are interested in any future videos. Thank you for listening.
Welcome to our ADM Lucid Automation Testing channel. We'll have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates. I hope you enjoyed the video.
In today's video, we will talk about this concept or this thing called Selenium Grid. So first, what is Selenium Grid? So Selenium Grid is a powerful tool for running Selenium tests in parallel on multiple different browsers and operating systems. It is a part of the Selenium suite and is designed to enable efficient and scalable testing of web applications across different environments. So next, I'll kind of cover some key aspects of Selenium Grid. So the first is that Selenium Grid allows parallel testing. So what does that mean? What it means is it allows you to distribute the test cases across multiple machines or nodes and run them in parallel. So this will reduce the runtime and make it much more efficient to run test automation. The next thing is Selenium Grid allows cross-browser testing. So with Selenium Grid, you can perform cross-browser testing by configuring the different nodes that we had to run on different web browsers such as Chrome, Firefox, Safari, or Internet Browser. And this will ensure that your web application works correctly across the different browser environments. The next thing is it allows cross-platform testing. And again, this is because you can configure the nodes to work on different operating systems. And this will help you identify platform-specific issues and ensure that the compatibility is right with various different operating systems. And also, it allows scalability. Selenium Grid is highly scalable. You can add, remove nodes dynamically as needed to accommodate changes in testing requirements or to handle increased testing loads. The scalability makes it suitable for small and large test suites. Configuration is also something about Selenium Grid. So nodes in Selenium Grid are configured with desired browser and platform settings. And these configurations you can customize depending on the needs for your testing. Also, remote WebDriver. So Selenium Grid uses the remote WebDriver API, and this allows test scripts to interact with browser instances running on remote machines. And so the test scripts can be written in various different languages like Java, Python, C#, and they can communicate with the hub to initiate tests on nodes. Another property of Selenium Grid is load balancing. So the hub can distribute test cases to nodes in a balanced way, ensuring that our testing workload is evenly distributed with all our resources, and this will further increase and optimize our testing. There's also hub and node registration, and basically nodes need to register with the hub to make themselves available for test execution, and this registration process involves specifying the node's capabilities, such as its browser type, its version, and its platform. And there's also this hub node architecture in Selenium Grid. And basically, Selenium Grid consists of two main components. It's the hub and the nodes we mentioned. The hub is basically the central server that manages all the different test distributions to the different nodes. And the nodes are basically the individual machines that execute the Selenium tests. So test scripts that we write directly communicate with the hub, which then directs them to appropriate nodes based on the browser and platform configurations we need. So to look at this sort of architecture a little bit more, I'm going to open this link. And what they have is they have this sort of flowchart to describe this. And we see that basically as a client, when we send our requests for different tests to the router, it will create a session queue. And this session queue will basically first check if we already have a session with the same ID running, and if so, it'll send it directly to the node, and if not, it'll bring it to the distributor, and the distributor will then distribute our processes to the node. Also, when we send our test scripts to the router, what also happens is that it will create a session map, and this will basically assign the different nodes and the different resources to this bank that will basically store it. So in the future, we can basically see. But yeah, so if you're interested in like the more detailed version of this, feel free to visit this website right here. It gives you a pretty good sort of overview of this Selenium Grid architecture. And also to download Selenium Grid, you can just go to their GitHub. And in our video today, we used the Selenium Server 4.13 .jar file. We just downloaded it and we put it into the folder that we needed. And to use Selenium Grid, basically what we did was we created a Grid Java class under the controller packages, and then we imported of course we imported the package that we needed to use, so the remote WebDriver API that we mentioned earlier. And then we also did this, and basically right here, we created an instance for the remote WebDriver, and then we basically set this new URL thing argument right here, which is very important. And if you wanted to start it as a standalone process, then you would use this command here. And this is for if you want to start a hub and node, you would use this command right here with the file downloaded from the GitHub. And this is for nodes. So the first one is for hub, the second one is for nodes. And this is basically specifying the port that you want the node to be on. Default is 5555. And yeah.
Next, we're going to use Selenium Grid inside our code. So we're just going to show you how we can do this and how we can use Selenium Grid inside our code. So first, I'm going to go to this grid class that I created under our controller package, and you can see it's right here. And we're going to have to first import two things. The first is the .url, and the second is the .remote WebDriver. And we talked about this earlier in our presentation. We have to import both of these in order to use the Selenium Grid. So next, inside this class, it's mostly similar to the class we used before with the Selenium expectation, but there are a few differences. So the first thing is we created this method called testGrid. And inside this method, we have this remote URL, which is localhost 4444. And you'll see we use this remote URL later. After that, we have these basically these different statements. So first we create an instance for desired capabilities, and then we set the browser name to Chrome. We set the platform to Windows 11, and then we create an instance, a remote WebDriver instance with the remote URL and the capability instance that we created earlier. And you see that in this one specific little block of code here, we are using Chrome, and we're creating a Chrome web browser. But we also have it for Firefox, Edge, Firefox Mac, Firefox Linux, and so on. And we even have it for Safari as well. And below, we just have some implicit waits so that what we want happens, because we must wait for it to load for a bit before it happens. So this is our test grid method. Next, we have basically a page title URL method and some other methods as well, just to test the Selenium expected conditions. And in this URL, there are a few differences than before. If you don't remember what expected conditions are, I suggest you go back to our video about Selenium expected conditions and watch that again. But essentially, what we have some different expected conditions, and we're just testing to see if the web page that we enter is getting the condition we get. And the key difference about this one is we're using this test grid browser, and this allows us to use Selenium Grid to perform these expected conditions instead. And you see in this one, we're testing adm.com-golf. And we have some different conditions for the title, for the URL, and so on. And so after we do that, before we want to use Selenium Grid, we must first we'll check that we have Java installed on our computer, so we can enter this java-version command. After we do that, we're gonna recall that we installed Selenium Server 4.13 earlier. So we're going to actually run this using Java, and we're going to use the command called standalone. And this basically means we're just running it on our computer. And we're going to go ahead and run it. And basically it's going to load, and it's going to give you a bunch of output. But a few things to note in output. See, it says detected 12 available processors. And basically there's some other commands in here. For example, it says added Edge 12 times, added Chrome 12 times, added Firefox 12 times, and Internet Explorer 1 time. And this will become a little bit more apparent later when we show you the graphical interface. But yeah, so you run this inside your command line, and now you can start using Selenium Grid. So we're going to run that. And now what we can do is we can switch back to our IDE. And this time we're gonna go to our test package instead. And under our test package, we have a few different tests. We have app test grid for Chrome, grid for Edge, and grid for Firefox. I'm just gonna open grid for Chrome, and this is what it looks like inside. It's basically essentially the same thing. We just call upon the conditions. We call upon the methods inside the grid class, and we see if it runs. So in order to run this, I'm just going to right-click the whole package folder, tests, and I'm just going to run test and test. So it pops up this window because we're testing admlucid.com-golf in this method. And it's just a bunch of tests. And you see it open the Chrome browser, and it's opening another Chrome browser, and it's opening Chrome browsers multiple times. It opened Firefox. It also opened Edge. And yeah, so it's opened all those browsers. And it just finished running. So there's actually a GUI interface that we can look at to monitor our tests while it's running. So we're going to open this Firefox browser. And yeah, just drag it over. And this is what the Selenium Grid interface looks like. And you see that the URL on top is localhost 444. I'm just going to go ahead and go to overview. And we see here, this is the 12 Chrome that we're talking about earlier, the 12 Firefox, 1 Internet Explorer, and 12 Edge that we mentioned earlier when we used the standalone command in our terminal. And yeah, it gives you some other commands like Mac concurrency, some other configurations and stuff. But yeah, I'm going to close that. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to run this again so I can show you what it looks like here. And you see when we it pops up over it, but I'm just going to go back and I'm going to show you here. It shows you your session info and it'll show you how it's running and stuff. And this is a nice little graphical interface you can use to monitor your Selenium Grid while it's running. And we'll give it some time to run. And I think it finished running. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and check. And yeah, it's all done. And yeah, that's basically using Selenium Grid with the standalone command. So next, I'm going to show you how we can utilize the hub and the node architecture in Selenium Grid. Because earlier we used the standalone command, and that was basically just running in your local computer. But now what we want to do is we want to use the architecture we mentioned earlier in the PowerPoint. So first, you go back here, you go back to your terminal, and you're going to open, you're going to use the hub command instead. Earlier we used standalone, this time you use hub. And basically this will create a hub to control all your nodes. And you see on the bottom line, it says started Selenium hub 4.13. And that command basically says we started the hub. So now to add nodes, we're gonna open another terminal. Make sure you don't close the earlier terminal. And this time, the command we're gonna use is we're gonna use the same thing, except we're gonna use the node argument. And see here, we use node, and it's gonna run, and it's gonna say node has been added on the bottom. And if we go back to our local host 4444, which is basically the URL we defined earlier, you can see we have this one node here. Now I'm going to open another terminal. So I'm going to open another terminal and I'm going to add another node. So we're going to basically use the same command with node. I'm going to press enter. Or actually, remember, the default node has port 5555. So this time I'm going to use port 6666. And oh, I think I made a mistake with the argument. So I'm going to re-enter. You have to have 2 dashes for the port. I only had 1 dash. So 2 dashes, 6666. And I'm going to add a node. And it'll basically say node has been added. Nice. And now the node has been added. So you see in our interface, graphical interface, we have 2 nodes. So I'm going to add 1 more node. So I'm going to open another terminal. And this time I'm going to use port 7777. And I'm going to run that. And now we have added the node on the bottom because it says node has been added. Or I drag it up. Yeah, now node has been added. And yeah, so we added 3 nodes. So now we can go back to the GUI interface and we see that we have 3 nodes now. So now if I go back to our code and I go back to our test and I run the test, we'll see, we will expect it to use all 3 nodes. So we open up the graphical interface. We see that it uses the first node to run that part of the test. And then it uses a second node to run another part of the test. And then finally, it will use the third node to run another part of the test. And so it's basically alternating between the nodes to run portions of the test. And once the test nodes are done running, once the tests are finished, I think the tests have now finished. So yeah, I'm gonna go back to the IDE, and yeah, so the test finished, and we alternated between the different nodes to finish the test. But sometimes we want to run it in parallel so that we can use all our resources more efficiently. So for instance, if we want to run on all 3 nodes at the same time, in order to do that, you have to first install a plugin. So you go to settings, and then you go plugins, and then you're going to install multi-run plugin. So I already have it installed, but you can go ahead and install that, and then you can just press OK on the bottom. And after you install that, now you have to create your test classes a little bit differently according to the syntax requirements for multi-run. So right here, I have a YouTube package, and under it, I have YouTube Chrome, YouTube Edge, and YouTube Firefox. I'm just going to open one of them. So right here, I have YouTube Chrome open, and we see here, first we have to import some different packages. So for .test package, also a .execution package, also a .execution mode package as well. And then on the top, we use a tag @execution and execution mode concurrent. And that's very important. And each time we try to run a method within the classes that we want to have that has the methods to test stuff, we use an @test tag before the method. And this will basically allow us to use multi-run and use the nodes concurrently. I'm just going to show you the YouTube one we used instead. This is essentially the same stuff, except this one is basically testing a different browser, a different URL, and we're just testing a YouTube channel. So we're just opening our YouTube channel, and then we're keeping it in the background. And you see that we basically have the same stuff. We have a test grid method to define the test grid and use remote driver. And then we have these tests, which basically open up this YouTube channel, and then we wait for 120 seconds. We let it run for 120 seconds and see if it works, and then we quit. So this is basically the class that we have, the controller class for YouTube. And yeah, so it's up here. And now if we want to run these tests, we actually have to do something a little bit different. So we actually have to go to run, and then we actually have to go to edit configurations. And before we were using JUnit when we were running it alternately through the different nodes. This time we have to go to the bottom. So you see on the bottom there's multi-run. I'm going to click it, and you can actually add your new configuration. I already have a configuration here called parallel test, but if you go back, you can add new configuration there. And here under this, I added the 3 different classes that I want to run with. And I have YouTube Chrome, YouTube Edge, and YouTube Firefox, and I can go ahead and press OK. And now when I click run on the top, I can select run parallel test, which is the configuration I just mentioned earlier and I just created. So I click that, and now it should use all nodes concurrently. So it opens up, so we opened up Chrome one on our YouTube page, opened up a Edge browser on our YouTube page. And if I go to our GUI interface, you see it's using the 2nd and 3rd node at the same time, and it's running it in parallel. And you see we have multiple sessions running at the same time. And this is basically using the Selenium grid architecture. And yeah, so this is basically how you can implement and use Selenium Grid in your own code. If you found this video helpful, please give us a like and subscribe to our channel, and stay tuned for any new videos. Thank you for listening. Welcome to our ADM Lucid Automation Testing channel. We'll have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos or updates. In today's video, we will talk about Selenium Automation Testing with cookies. So, automated testing of web applications with Selenium often involves interactions with cookies, which are small pieces of data stored in the user's web browser. Cookies are commonly used for various purposes, including session management, user authentication, and tracking user behavior. In Selenium, you can interact with cookies using the WebDriver's built-in methods. Here's how you can work with cookies in Selenium Automation Testing. So first, accessing cookies. To access cookies, you can use the getCookies method provided by the WebDriver. This method returns a set of cookies objects. Next, adding cookies. You can add cookies to the browser session using the addCookie method. This is useful for setting up specific scenarios, such as logging in as a user with a particular session. Next is deleting cookies. To delete cookies, you can use the deleteCookie method. You can delete a specific cookie by specifying its name, or you can delete all cookies. Next is getting a specific cookie. You can retrieve a specific cookie by its name using the getCookieNamed method. And finally, there is verifying cookie attributes. You can also check the attributes of a cookie, such as its name, value, domain, path, and expiration date. Next, I will show you the code implementation of how to work with cookies in Selenium Java. So first, right here, we have a controller class called cookies. And in this class, I'm going to direct your attention to this first method called addCookie. And in this method, I'm just going to walk through what we do. So the goal of this method is to add cookies into your browser. So we can look and we see that first, right here, we create two cookies. We do a cookie that has the name test2 and a cookie that has the name test1, both with the values with cookie2 and cookie1. And basically, this creates the two cookies. Next, we do driver manager.getCookies, and we set it equal to this array, and these are basically a set of cookies that we get. And this set of cookies not only includes the two cookies that we made earlier, but also includes all the cookies that we had on this website, admlucid.com-golf. After that, we can look at some stuff regarding the cookies. For example, here we can get the cookie's name for test2, so we can look at the cookie named test2. And so this is the addCookie method. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to our test class here, and I'm just going to run this one method. So I'll comment this addCookie. Save that. Okay. And so we made it so that after it finishes running, it doesn't close the browser. The reason we did this is because we want to show you something. I want to go here, I want to go to settings, or actually I want to go to more tools, and then I'm going to go to developer tools. I'm going to click on network, and right now there's nothing here, so all you have to do is you just have to refresh, and everything will show up. I'm going to click golf one time, and I'm going to scroll down to cookies, and right here we have cookies, and we see that it has all these cookies that are native to the website that we have, admlucid.golf, but we also have the two cookies that we added through our Selenium code. So test2 is equal to cookie2, and test1 is equal to cookie1. So that just shows that the method worked, and I just want to show you that we also have all our runs so that it exports a file here, and right here we have the output from our runs. So we see that we created two cookies, and both of them were created successfully, and we were able to retrieve all the cookies. So I'm going to go ahead and close this extent report here, and this time I'm going to move our attention to the next method in our class. So the next method in our class is deleteCookie, and the goal of this method, as the name implies, is we want to delete cookies. So in this class, what we first do is we add two cookies into our web page, as well as we get all the cookies from admlucid.com. So this is the home page. And we see here we're getting all the cookies. And then I want to show you right here, we use .delete all cookies. And this deletes all the cookies. So I'm just going to show you how this works. So I'm going to go down back to our test class. I'm going to uncomment this. And I'm going to go ahead and run. And like last time, I'm going to go to More Tools, Developer Tools, Network, and I'm going to refresh the page. Click ADM Lucid, and I'm going to scroll all the way down, and this time we see that we can't even find a row for cookies. And the reason that is because we used the method delete all cookies. So this just verifies that what we did worked correctly. And we can further verify it by going to the extent report, opening it up, and we see that we created the 2 cookies and then we deleted all the cookies afterwards. Now finally, I want to direct your attention to the final method. So I'm going to go ahead and comment this out first. Go back to cookies here. And the final method is called verify cookie attribute. And basically what this does is we want to verify the different attributes of the cookie, like the name implies. So again, right here, we are going to this website and we added a cookie called test2, cookie2, and then we grab the attributes for this specific cookie that we created, and we see right here we are grabbing each value. So we can grab its name, its value, its domain, its path, its expiry, and we can test to see if that cookie's properties is what we expect it to be. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and uncomment in the test class this, and I'm going to run this again. And this time, we're not going to be using developer tools, so we just made it so the browser closes automatically. And we can go all the way down here, or actually we can just go to the extent report, and we can see that we were able to grab all these different values for the cookie. So its expiry, its path, its domain, its value, and its name. And basically, with these basic functions regarding cookies, you're able to work with cookies in your own Selenium code for whatever purpose you want to use it for. So I hope this video was a little helpful in introducing some of the basic functions and methods that we can use to deal with cookies. If you enjoyed the video and you found it helpful, please give this video a like and subscribe to our channel, and stay tuned to any new videos that we'll be posting. Thank you. Welcome to our ADM Lucid Automation Testing channel. We will have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates. In today's video, we will talk about Selenium testing in Docker. So first, what are the advantages? First, I'll give an introduction of Docker, and I'll talk about some advantages of using Docker. So first, Docker is a platform designed to make it easier to create, deploy, and run applications using containers. Containers allow developers to package an application and its dependencies into a standardized unit for software development, which includes everything you need to run it. So it's code, the runtime environment, the system tools and libraries, and etc. And so some advantages of using Docker. First is a consistent testing environment. Docker ensures the consistency across environments by encapsulating the testing setup, dependencies, and configurations within containers. This consistency minimizes issues related to differences between development, staging, and production environments. The next is isolation and reproducibility, and the ability to reproduce it. So each test can run within its own isolated container, ensuring that the test environment is reproducible and separate from other test runs. So this isolation that you have, it prevents interference between tests and enhances the reproducibility. So some other advantages is the scalability of Docker. So using Docker enables easy scaling of test automation by allowing quick deployment of containers.
Tests can run in parallel across multiple containers, facilitating faster execution and enabling efficient use of resources. Furthermore, there's easy setup and configuration. So Docker simplifies the setup process for Selenium Automation Testing with pre-built Docker images containing Selenium and browser configurations. Setting up the test environment becomes very straightforward, and it reduces the setup time and the complexity. Also, there's resource efficiency. So Docker containers, they have minimal footprint and consume fewer resources compared to virtual machines. And this efficiency allows for running multiple tests simultaneously on a single host without insignificant overhead cost. And there's also some other advantages such as portability and reusability. So Docker containers, they're portable and they allow the easy transfer of test environments across different machines or cloud services. This portability enhances the reusability of the testing environment, and it makes it convenient for sharing among team members. There's also version control and image management. So Docker provides version control for images, enabling easy rollback to previous versions if needed. It also allows for the creation of custom images, providing flexibility to tailor the testing environment as required. And finally, using Docker allows integration with continuous integration pipelines. So Dockerized Selenium tests integrate well with these continuous integration pipelines. The container-based approach allows seamless integration of tests into the build pipeline and automating test execution and enabling faster feedback on the code changes. So those were some advantages of Docker. I'm sure you can find many more online. But how do we run Docker? So first you have to download and install. So you just follow this link. And you can just download and install and follow the steps on their website. Once you download and installed Docker, you can go ahead and run these commands. For the purpose of time, we're not going to run it in this tutorial, but you can pause the video right now before you move on and try to download Docker first. And after you run these Docker pull commands, there's also another command you should run called start standalone, and this basically starts your Docker session. So you just you can run this depending on which web browser you want to use it on. So this one is for Chrome, this one's for Firefox, and this one is for Edge. Okay, so now that we've installed Docker, I'm just going to show you how we can start running this. So remember in the previous slides, there was a bunch of commands. I'm just going to use a few of those commands to show you how we can start a standalone and how we can start using Docker right away with our test. So first, let's just check that our Docker is installed. So what you can do is you can use docker -- version to check that. And we see here, we've installed Docker version 24.02. So after we do that, another thing we can check is we can use docker ps to see what kind of processes we have running on Docker already, and we see it's empty. And that makes sense because we haven't added any processes yet. So let us add a first process. So I'm going to paste over this code, and basically what this does is it adds it creates a standalone on Firefox on this port 4446. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to run this, and now when I use docker ps, it shows us that we've created a standalone for Firefox right here, and that port was 4446, and so yeah. So if we go to our Firefox, we refresh, we see that we have a Firefox standalone right here in our as one of our properties in the Selenium grid. So now we can use this standalone. So I'm going to go ahead and go to our IDE, and I'm going to show you this simple class that we have to basically use Docker. So first in this class, I'm just going to go to the method that uses Firefox. So this home_Firefox. And in this method, basically the first important thing we do is we create a Firefox options instance, and then we add some arguments to basically just configure the options. After that, we do a remote WebDriver. So we start this instance driver as remote WebDriver, and we feed this remote URL Firefox. And this URL we have right here is basically the URL we used right here to access that. So everything we do comes here. After that, we send in our options, and then we have that part. Next, we also use this command called synchronized this, and this basically makes it so our WebDriver, the driver we declare up here, is synchronized with the driver down here that we use in the method. And essentially what we do is we're testing to see that we're able to go to this URL website, and on this website the title is what we expect it to be, and so on. But the important thing is we're doing this through Docker. Okay, so once we have that, that's the class, that's the method in this class we'll be running. We can go here to our Java Docker class here, and this one basically shows right here we're running home_Firefox, and it's just very simple. So I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna right click, and I'm gonna run Docker. So we'll give it some time to run, and now it's done running. Once it's done running, we made it so that it creates an extent report in our output folder. And I'm gonna show you what that extent report looks like. And basically in this extent report, we basically went to, we basically opened a Docker WebDriver. We went to the first website that we declared it to go to. And then on that website, we basically checked that we are on that website. And we also checked that the title of the website is what we expected to. And this was all done through Docker, through right here, right here as we see. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to download and install something else called Real VNC Viewer, and basically this allows us to see what's happening inside Docker on our system. And so you can go ahead and you can click this link. I'll go ahead and show you what it looks like on their website. This is what their website is. All you have to do is just download right here and follow the steps for installation. So after you do that, first thing you have to do is you have to pull images. And these are some basic Docker commands. So you do docker pull. This is, first it's for debugging. So actually, okay, yeah. So first you gotta do docker pull Selenium hub. And next you have to do docker pull these other commands for Chrome debug and Firefox debug, and then you pull the images for Node, for Chrome and Firefox as well. After you pull the images, now you have to start the hub and the nodes. And so to do that, first you use this command, docker network create grid. So you create your grid, and then you run it using that grid that you just created. You see that you're using your hub, you're using your grid, and so on. Finally, after that, use this command, and this basically just it just creates your, the configurations for your whole grid system. So again, when you start your hub and your nodes, you can use this command, and basically this is docker run, and then you have the flag D, and then you have your grid. You have some configurations here, and you have your port number and your nodes as well, and this basically just connects everything together. And right here we just have basically the same command, and it's just repeated again, but this time we're using node Firefox debug instead of this node that we have here. And here we have it for Chrome as well, and we're using the Chrome node debug, and yeah. Okay, so now that we have everything installed, I just want to show you some things that we can do to see if we have our nodes and our hubs and everything there properly. So one command you can use is you can use docker ps, and this will basically show you all your images. So your nodes for Edge, your nodes for Chrome, your nodes for Firefox, as well as your hubs as well. Another way you can see what all the images you have is you can go to your Docker application application, and you can go to images right here, click it, and it'll basically show you everything you have and its status. So we have our nodes for Chrome, nodes for Firefox, we have our hub as well, and we have some other nodes here as well. Now, once you have that and you've seen everything you have, you can actually go to, so for us, we have this Firefox browser here, so your Selenium grid, and we see that we have our different nodes here. So we have our nodes for Edge, nodes for Firefox, and nodes for Chrome as well. So you can check those three things to see and make sure that your environment is set up properly. After that, I'm going to go to the IDE, and I'm going to go to the class that we created called youtube.java. And in this class, we basically have right here, test grid, and we have here remote string, which specifies this URL, and that was the URL that we used to see the Selenium grid right here. And basically in here, we create an instance for Chrome options. We also create an instance for Firefox options, Edge options, Safari options, and we basically set those right there. What's different here is in our test right here, test 1, we basically connected our test right here to the grid that we had by using this browser, which is this string right here, which we eventually feed in this remote URL. We use that to connect whatever we're running here with that grid. And basically what we're doing in these tests, like test 1, test 2, and so on, is we're basically opening up these YouTube links and we're letting it run for a little bit of time. So that's the code, then we have a few more tests for that. And what we want to do using this code is we want to run this inside in a Docker environment in a parallel fashion. So what we can do to do that is we can actually create, recall that we go here, we go to edit configurations, and we can run the three different things we have. So let me just open up these for you. These are just basically classes to run the test of YouTube on Chrome, Edge, and Firefox, and we see it calls each test and so on. So we can basically run these in parallel by using the configurations right here. So we go to edit configurations, and this is using the add-on for the IDE, and basically multi-run add-on, by the way. And if you don't recall using multi-run, I suggest you go back to our previous video to see more information about multi-run. But yeah, you basically go here, you create your parallel test. So right here we have these three tests here, and you basically create that, you click OK, and when you're running, you can just run the configuration. So I run all three parallel tests right here. We'll give it some time to load up right here, and once this is done loading up, we can go back to our grid, and we see that these are the three nodes. We'll just go ahead and go to our session, and it shows that it's running all three of them at once. And so we can give it some time to run. Okay, so now that we gave it a little bit of time to run, we can view each of these nodes because we installed real VNC. So how you do that is all you have to do is you have to go to the session you have here. You can click on that. You can enter the password. So I'm going to go ahead and enter the password, and you accept. And it basically shows you what's happening inside each node. So that one's that. Let me go to this node here. That one ended because the node just finished running. We see here, and it basically shows you what's happening inside each node. So it opens up these URLs, it opens up the YouTube site, and it basically runs it, and so on. And so this is a nice way you can run parallel test inside Docker, as well as see what's actually happening inside your parallel test. Next, I'm going to show you how we can use the command docker compose and a .yml file to create all the different nodes and all the different hubs that you need in one command. And so the first requirement to run this is we need a .yml file, which we have right here. In the file that we have here, we have 3 different blocks of text. The first block creates the hub, and then the next 2 blocks create the node for Chrome and the node for Firefox. Within each block, we have the command that we would run directly in our command line to create either the hub or the node. And we have this all in the YML file. Now, in order to create all of this through one command, we're going to use the docker-compose command. And I have it right here. So docker-compose-f, and then we have our YML file, and then we're going to use up. So go ahead and press enter. And we see that it's creating all the different things that we need. Now, I can show you that this worked by using docker ps, and we see it created the hub that we wanted. And yeah, so with that, we're able to use a YML file to create all the different things that we want. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope this video was a little bit helpful in understanding how Docker works and how you can use it with Selenium. If you found this video helpful, and if you want to see more videos from us, please like and subscribe, and we hope to see you again. Thank you.
Welcome to our ADM Lucid Automation Testing channel. We will have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates.
In today's video, we will talk about the Actions API. So first, the Selenium Actions API is part of Selenium's WebDriver framework, which is commonly used for automating web browsers. This Actions API allows users to perform complex user interactions on web pages that may not be achievable with simple commands. The Actions API provides a way to simulate more advanced user interactions, such as mouse interactions. So this can include actions like clicking, double-clicking, right-clicking, dragging and dropping, hovering over elements, and so on. We can also simulate other actions such as keyboard interactions, and this might involve keyboard events like typing text, pressing keys like Enter or Tab, or a combination of different keys such as Control-C, Control-V, and so on. So here, the Actions API in Selenium WebDriver is usually used in conjunction with the Actions class, and this is just a basic example of that. So first, what we're going to do is we're going to create an instance for the WebDriver. And right here, we use new Chrome driver. Following that, we're going to use the driver to fetch a URL. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use the driver to find an element on that URL. And right here, we find that element by its ID. Following that, we're going to have the Actions API, and we're going to use the Actions API. So in this example, what we're going to do is we're going to try to move an element. And so we create a new Actions instance with the Actions class that we mentioned above using this initialization right here. And then we use the Actions API to move the element, and this basically simulates more advanced user interactions with the web page. And so the Actions API allows you to create more complex interactions, which can be useful in automating web applications that require such actions. Next, I'm going to show you some code that we wrote to use the Actions API in our Selenium test with Java. So first, I want to point out 2 things, and that's we imported the actions and the point input right here. And if you want to use it, you have to import both of these. And so with that, we can go and we can look at the different functions and methods that we created to use the Actions API. And I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to show you the first function that we have. And so the stuff that I'm scrolling past here is just the standard stuff where we're setting up extent HTML reporter, and we're creating a Chrome options, we're creating a WebDriver, and so on. So we'll skip that because we mentioned it earlier in the other videos, and we're gonna go straight to here, our first method that we're interested in, and it's called mouse pause. And this method is basically, the whole essence of it is we want the mouse, our mouse, to go to a specific location on the URL and click it and hold the click. And so I'm gonna walk through what we have here. So we go to this ADM Lucid website right here, and we're gonna wait for 8 seconds for the web page to load. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna use this web element that we defined here as text2, and we're gonna click and hold on that web element. And that's essentially what this mouse pause does. The next thing I'm going to show you is called drag drop, and this one is essentially we want to drag an element on the web page to a different location on the web page. And in this one, we're going to use this web page right here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to define 2 web elements. The first one is the web element that you want to drag, and the second one is the web element that you want to drop at. And we perform that right here with the actions command, and we're going to do drag and drop from the draggable to the droppable. The third thing we have is copy and paste. And again, the whole purpose of this one is you want to copy and paste specific elements on the page. And so what we have is we have this web page right here, and what we're going to do is we're going to find this text field, and we're going to copy what we have in the text field by the commands we have here. So after we do that, we're gonna paste, and yeah, that's essentially what it does. Now the third one, the next one we have here is called scroll, and basically what this does is it goes to the web page and it scrolls all the way down to the bottom, and we're gonna do it at this web page, and we do that by specifying scroll right here. And so that is the sort of introductory code that we wrote to use the Actions API. In order to test this, we created another test class right here. Now I'm going to show you how we can use these different methods in this test class that we created called Actions API _Chrome. And so first I'm going to test we tested 4 different methods here. First I'm going to test the mouse pause method. Go ahead and uncomment this, and I can go ahead and run. So it creates a pop-up, and I'm going to drag it open, and we see that over this text area, it's going to click and hold over the text field. So we don't see it yet, but yeah, right there. So it clicked and held this text field right here, and then it entered ABC. So that's what it was supposed to do, and it did it. Next, I'm going to uncomment, copy paste. I'm going to skip drag drop for now because this one takes a little bit long to run, so we'll run it as the last one. So I'm going to uncomment this, copy paste, and I'm going to run it again. Again, this is going to create a Chrome pop-up that I will drag over. I'm going to maximize it, and we see it copied some text and it pasted over into this text area right here. Next, I'm going to show you how scroll works. So I'm going to go ahead and uncomment this. Go ahead and run Actions API again. And I opened this up, and basically what it did was it scrolled from the top of the web page to the bottom of the web page right here, because originally it was like this and it scrolled like that. Finally, I'm going to show you how this drag drop works. So I'm going to uncomment that. We'll go ahead and run that. So it opens this web page here, and it wants to drag this element here and drop it over here. I'm going to pause the video for now because it's going to give it some time to run, and I'll be right back. And yeah, so now you see that with that function, we're able to drag the image from this location here over to here. And if we go back to our IDE, we see that this was complete. And so with that, that concludes our little description about Actions API. And I hope you found this video somewhat helpful in understanding how to use the Actions API in Selenium Automation Testing. If you enjoyed the video, please give this video a like and subscribe to our channel. We look forward to seeing you next time.
Welcome to our ADM Lucid Automation Testing channel. We'll have a series of talk about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test project and guide in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates.
In today's video, I will be giving an example using popular websites such as monday.com, theweather.com, and hotels.com. So I'm going to show you an example Selenium Maven project that you could do yourself. So first, I have IntelliJ open right here, and I'm going to start a new project. So I'm going to go to the top, click File, click New, and then click Project. I'm going to give it a name, and it's going to be Video Example. And I'm going to make sure I have Java and Maven selected. So then I can just go ahead and create. And I'm just going to create it on this window right here. Once I have this created, I just want to show you a few things of our new project. The first is we have our main class right here. And I can actually go ahead and run the main class. And it'll basically type out hello world. And that's what we have right now for the main class. So the first thing I want to do, or I want to bring to your attention, is later on when we're writing tests, we're actually going to write our test right here under this package called test right here, test Java. And we'll be adding our classes down here. Before we do that, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure I change the pom.xml file so that we have the dependencies we want. So I'm going to go here to the pom.xml file, and what I have to do is I'm going to type dependencies, and then now I can paste all the dependencies we have in between these two lines. So the first dependency we need is Selenium Maven. So I'm going to go ahead and type Selenium Maven here, or Selenium Java right here. And I'm going to add 4.1.5. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to go to our project right here. I'm going to paste it right in between. The next thing we need is JUnit. So again, I'm going to go to this repository and I'm going to type JUnit. And I'm going to open up this JUnit right here and 4.13.2. Go ahead and copy. Go ahead and copy the whole thing. And I'm going to go ahead and go to our project, video example, and I'm going to paste it again. So this time, after we have our two dependencies here, you have to update your pom.xml file by clicking right here, load Maven changes, and it will load your Maven changes. Okay. Now what I can do is I can go ahead and create our test classes. So the first test class I'm going to create is the hotel test class. And the whole goal of this hotel test class is we want to test our hotel website, hotels.com. So I'm going to open up a Chrome right here, and I'm just going to show you the website that we want to test. So this is the website we want to test, and basically the functionality we want to test is we want to go to the search bar right here, and we want to search for a location, for instance, Las Vegas. And we want to click search. So that's the first functionality. The second functionality is after we search a location, we want to search by property name afterwards here. For instance, we can type Holiday Inn and search here. So that's what we want to test on this hotel website. So let's make our class. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go to Java right here. And I'm going to make new class, Java class. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to name it Hotel Test. So Hotel Test. And I'm going to make the class And this is our hotel class now. It doesn't have anything. So the first thing we have to do is we have to import our dependencies. So for instance, to import your dependency, you type import, and then you type org dot. For us, we want to use JUnit, and then I want to use JUnit after. So I can go ahead and click enter. I also want to import JUnit before, and I want to import JUnit test. So those are the JUnit packages that I want to import. To save us some time, I'm just going to copy and paste some text that I have for imports. So I'm just going to paste it over. Copy that. I'm going to paste over here. So some other things we want to import is Selenium keys, Selenium WebDriver, Chrome driver, Chrome options, web element, and BI. So these are also things that we want to import. All right. Now that I've imported this, I'm going to start by first creating an instance for the WebDriver. So I'm going to create a private WebDriver, and it's going to be called driver. So that's our instance. Now let's go ahead and start with our first method of the class. So for the first method class, I'm just going to copy and paste over some text so I don't have to type it all for you. So first, for the JUnit, I'm going to use the app before tag here, and this is going to be set up. So the first thing we're setting up is we're creating the Chrome driver instance and the Chrome options instance as well. And then the second thing we're loading the URL hotels.com, which I mentioned before is the website we want to test. All right, now that we have this before tag, we can use the test tag now for JUnit, and we can have our first test class or a test method. So for our first test method, I'm just going to copy and paste it over right here, and this is basically, here we go. So I'm gonna call it search for hotels, and what we do is first we create a web element, and this is the web element we have to search for, and then web element dates. These are some other things we have to search for, where we search for by element, and we have the search button as well. And we basically create an object for these web elements so that ultimately what we can do is we can go to that text area, which is right here, and then we can enter Las Vegas and then click search afterwards. So we go to that location, we enter Las Vegas, and then we click enter. And so this is our first test. Let us write a second test. So again, I'm gonna copy and paste some text over because it's gonna take me a while for me to just write it over. So let's have this. So here we have a second test, and again we're using a test tag, and this test is called set filters now. And in this test, again, we see that the similarity between these two tests right here, the only difference is here we use Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada, and up there we use Las Vegas. So we have that first portion, but then the second portion, after we get our results from the search, what we're actually going to do is we're going to find these elements right here, and we're going to get all the different locations or the different hotels that have Holiday Inn. So that's what we have for this second test class. And after we have that, I'm going to have the after tag now for JUnit, and I'm going to go ahead and write that. So I'm just going to do after, yep. And then we're going to have we're just going to call it teardown. So we're just going to write teardown. And let's just, for the purpose of this test, let's not have the web page close after it's done. But usually you can have this to close, because I want to show you what happens afterwards. So now that we have that, before we can run these test classes, I'm actually going to have to copy some stuff over. So I'm actually going to have to first go to, I'm going to have to go to here, And I'm going to create a new package actually. I'm going to create a new package and it's going to be called config. And what I'm going to do in this package is I'm actually going to go ahead and paste two classes. So I've pasted these two classes, and basically what they contain is they just contain login information. But for this right here, we don't need it yet, but later on we'll have it. But I'm just going to put it over for now so that we can use it later. But yeah, this just basically contains the username and passwords for different websites that we'll be testing later on. I'm not going to open it because I don't want to show you my username and password. But yeah, let's test the new class we just wrote. So I'm going to save, and to test each individual method within your class, you can just go ahead and go to here. And I'm going to go ahead and go to search for a hotel here. I'm going to right click, and you see you can run search for hotel right here. And I'm going to let it run. I'm going to drag the URL, the website opens. So it goes to the website, goes here, types Vegas, and it searches. And voila, that's the result we wanted. So we see that that works as we expect it to. Now let's go to this second method here, where we call it set filters. So again, remember we want it to go to Kelowna, search for Kelowna, and then find the Holiday Inn hotels. So again, I'm going to go to this block right here of code, and I'm going to run set filters right here. And I'm going to maximize this window. So right here, it should type Kelowna. Yep. Searches. And then what it's going to do is it's going to search for Holiday Inn right here and find all the different hotels called all the Holiday Inn hotels in Kelowna. All right, so that works as we expected. So now I'm going to close this. All right, so next what we can do is we can test for the next thing we want to test for. So the next thing what we want to test for is on Monday.com. And let me just show you what we want to test for. So this is sort of the interface you have on Monday.com after you basically create an account and log in, and you have a project running. So what we want to test for is we want to have one user go to here and start a conversation and send some text over. And then what we want to test for after that is for the second user to log in and see if that text is there. So that's essentially what we want to test for. So to do that, let's go back to this class right here. And what we can do is we can create another Java class, and we're going to call it Monday Test. So we have that. Again, we have to import some dependencies. So let us do that. So again, first thing what we have to import is the JUnit dependencies. So I'm gonna import after, I'm gonna import before, and I'm actually just gonna copy and paste them over because there's quite a few of them that we have to import. So I'm gonna paste it here. So we imported test as well. We imported Selenium. We imported Firefox driver instead this time, so we're using Firefox. We imported the UI expected conditions right here, and then we imported WebDriver waits, selects. We also imported some other things for duration, list, test manager, and stuff. And yeah, so these are all the things we had to import for this Monday test. All right, now that we have imported this, let's go ahead and write our code. So the first thing we have to do is we have to basically create some instances for the entire class. So I'm just gonna paste this over and I'm gonna go through this. So the first thing is, of course, we have the WebDriver instance. Second is we have our username 1 and username 2, because remember on our test, we have basically the first user has to sign in, create a conversation, and the second user has to check that. And of course, we have their corresponding passwords. And then we have a test manager right here. All right, once we have that, what we're going to do is we're actually going to create now the before for JUnit. So we're gonna, let's just call it setup. Setup. And okay, so in here, what we're going to do is, I'm just gonna paste it over, is we're basically creating the Firefox options and the Firefox driver, because we mentioned we're using Firefox, and we basically enter the URL that we want and stuff. And under that, we're basically using the config file to create the username right here. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now we can go ahead and go to our tests. So let's do the first part, the first test, where we're basically having one user log in and create a conversation. So we're going to use the test tag, and we're going to call it, let's just call it user1, because this is the first user deals with it. And well, this one can throw a exception, so interrupted exception, and yeah, we have that. Let's funky someone do that. Yeah, and I'm actually gonna copy the paste the code over. So this should be web element. Yeah, so let me explain to you what we have here. So the first thing we do is we have the web element user, and this is basically on the URL on the website where you identify the area that you have to enter your user email or username and so on. And then we basically enter our username, and then we enter our password as well in the location that we have to enter password, and then we log in. So after we log in, we're basically looking for the specific location to add a conversation, and we're gonna click that. And then after that, we're gonna go to here, and we're gonna enter, "Hi May, how the project go?" And then after that, we're gonna submit it, and then we're gonna submit. We're gonna find the web element for submit, and then we're gonna submit that conversation to the other user. So this is the first part of our test. Let us go to the second part of our test. This second part of our test, this will involve the second user. So this will be user 2. And again, these may throw exceptions, so it's good to try to catch these. And again, I'm just gonna copy and paste this over. And this time, again, the second user enters their username, password, and logs in, and it's gonna wait for a little bit to make sure everything is good. And what they're gonna go is they're gonna find basically the location in their interface and check if "Hi May, how the project goes" is actually there. So we have our before and test tag. Now it's for our after tag. So since we're not really that worried about the after tag right now, I'm just gonna use this for now. I have driver quit commented out so that it doesn't close the browser afterwards, so we can see what actually happens. All right, so this is our Monday test. So I'm gonna go ahead and run this. So I'm gonna run each individual one again individually. So user 1 first, I'm gonna run that. And I'm gonna drag this window over, open, so that it logs in with your username and password. After you log in, give it some time to load. What it's gonna do is it's gonna go to your conversation right here, and it's gonna click "Hi May, how the project goes," and enter that. And we see that that went through. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close this now because we are done with that. So once that is done, so that's the first user, let's see the second user test. So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna run user 2. I'm gonna go ahead and open this, and we see enters the user 2 login and username. And it's gonna basically check this location right here with the conversation. So it's gonna go through a wait because we defined wait. So give it some time, and it's gonna open that, and it's gonna check if "Hi May, how the project goes" is there. And so it works as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and close that because we didn't define driver quit right here. And yeah, it's gonna give some errors because I closed it, but we're good. So this is what we want to test, and yeah, it works. All right, so finally what we're gonna test for is we're actually gonna test for this web the weather network website. And what we're going to test is we're going to test adding a location right here. So we're going to try and add Edmonton, Alberta right here. And so there's a few things we need to know is once you click add location, it creates this pop-up that we call active element. And we're actually going to have to switch from the background to the active element to actually enter the Edmonton. So I'm going to show you how we do that in our code so that when you encounter such circumstances, you know what to do. So I'm going to go ahead and close this, and I'm going to create another class. And this time, it's going to be the weather test. So go ahead and click weather test. So in our weather test class, there's a few things we have to do first. Again, we have to import the different packages that we'll be using. So like before, I'm just going to copy and paste over because it's quite similar. So again, we have the JUnit stuff that we're using. We're using Edge browser this time instead, so Edge driver, Edge options, and then we have the expected conditions and the other things as well that we'll be using. So the standard that we used in the previous two. And again, standard, we're creating some instances for the entire class. So we have the WebDriver, the test manager, the username, and the password as well. Because again, we have to sign into our username and password for the weather network in order to work with, in order to add a location stuff. Okay, so now that we have that, let us create our before method. So I'm just gonna call it setup again, because what we'll be doing in this is we'll be setting up. And so we have that, and this time what we're gonna be doing for the setup is first, we're going to create the instances for the WebDriver and the Edge options. We're going to go to the weather network, and then we're also going to create a username and password. We're going to try to find our username and password from the config file that we specified up here, but I won't be showing you. Okay, so that's our before, and now we can go ahead and write our test classes. So let's write our first test class. This will be adding a location. Or let's write our test class. I think adding a location. So this will involve adding a location. So what we're going to call it is we're going to call add location. And this one can throw an interruption error as well. So go ahead and write that. And now I'm just actually going to copy and paste over some text because it's quite lengthy. And this is what we have here. So basically, again, what we do is we log in from our password and email. And we basically, we enter our password, we're entering our username, and then we're clicking submit so that we enter. Now, once we do that, once we're logged in stuff, we're gonna find that add location button right here, and we're gonna click it, and then what we're going to do is we're gonna click location search. And see here, we have to switch to an active element because the pop-up is different. We're gonna click location search and we click enter Edmonton. And then we have to switch, so we have to switch active elements. And yeah, that's what we have there. And then again, we have to switch active elements back, and then we have to basically save the location. And I'm going to show you how that works afterwards. But before that, I'm going to write another second class right here. And this class is going to be another test class, and it's going to be deleting the location we just added. So delete location, and oh, I forgot to throw an interruption there. Throws, yeah. So, and I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste the code again. So we have here, and we're gonna go ahead, enter our username, password, log in. We're gonna find the one that we want to delete, and we're gonna click delete the element, delete location right here, and then it should delete the location. And finally, for our after class, or our after method for JUnit, I'm just gonna paste that, and again we have driver commented out. So now we can go ahead and test this. So we're gonna go ahead and go here, and we're gonna run add location. I'm gonna write this over again. It signs in. It signs in to the URL that we want. give it some time to load. It goes to the edit location, and then what it's going to do is it's going to enter Edmonton, and it's going to select the Edmonton location that we want. So it's going to go ahead and click save, and now we have Edmonton added, and that's what we were looking for. Yeah, after that, let's go to delete location. We're going to run this method, delete location, and this time it should delete the Edmonton location, right? So again, we drag this over. We see that it signs in. It should sign in right here. So it's going to enter the email and password to sign in. Yep, it signs in. Give it some time to load. Goes to edit location, and now it's going to delete the Edmonton location right here. So give it some time. It deletes it, and now the Edmonton location is gone. Yeah, so that is basically how we tested weather test. And these are just basic classes and methods that you can create to test whatever website you want to test. And I just hope that this video sort of gives you a guideline on how to build your own project with whatever website you want to test. Yeah, so I hope you found this video helpful. If you liked the video, please like the video and subscribe to our channel. And yeah, thank you for listening. We look forward to seeing you again.
Welcome to our ADM Lucid Automation Testing channel. We'll have a series of talks about Selenium Automation Testing, which will help you understand the basics of Selenium and also guide you to build your own Selenium automation project. You may access our test projects and step-by-step guides to build the automation test project in the description below. Feel free to subscribe to our channel for any new videos and updates.
In today's video, we're going to discuss how to use Selenium load test with JMeter. So a load test is a type of performance testing that evaluates the behavior of a system under specific conditions, such as high volume of concurrent users or a heavy transaction load. The purpose of load testing is to ensure that a system can handle its expected workload and performance requirements. We will show user interface load testing with Selenium using JMeter. So what are concurrent users? Well, concurrent users refers to the number of users accessing the system simultaneously. So in a load test, you can simulate a realistic number of concurrent users to assess how well the system can handle the load test or the expected load. This metric helps evaluate the system's performance under peak usage conditions. Load time. So load time, also known as response time, is the duration it takes for the system to respond to a user's actions. It includes the time taken for the server to process the request and send back the response. Load time is a critical metric because it directly impacts the user experience. As part of load testing, you measure and analyze load times under different levels of load to ensure they remain within acceptable limits. The next term we're going to talk about is ramp up. And ramp up is a process of gradually increasing the number of virtual users or requests over time during a load test. Instead of instantly subjecting the system to the maximum load, you simulate a gradual increase to observe how the system scales. This helps identify performance issues that may arise as the load grows. The ramp-up period allows you to monitor how the system adjusts to increasing traffic and whether it can handle the load smoothly. So if you want to download JMeter, what you gotta do is you just have to go to this link right here. And I'm just gonna open the link, show you what it looks like. So you can download JMeter right here. Next, once you download it, you can start JMeter from its bin folder. Next, you must download the plugins manager jar file and put it in the JMeter's library-ext directory, and then start JMeter and go to the options menu to access the plugins menu manager. And so the download link for that is right here, and you can download it using this link right here. The next thing you have to do to set up JMeter with Selenium is you have to download and install this WebDriver right here. And again, I'm going to click on the link, and this is what the web page looks like. And you can just go ahead and download and install this. And there's different versions right here. Okay, so now I've downloaded JMeter and I installed the package manager, and now I went to the bin folder and I opened up JMeter. And when you open up JMeter, this is the interface that you see. Right here, what I did here was I added a new thing right here called test plan. So you just go here, or you just go here and you go add, and I have something called test plan here. And under test plan, I added a thread group. And to add a thread group, you right click the test plan, you go to add, you go to threads, and you add a thread group. And so I did that right here. And within the thread group, I added some other things in order to start our own project. So in this example, I'm going to give a very simple example so that we can see how to set up our environment in JMeter, and then we can work on more complex examples in the future. So the first thing we do once we create our thread group is we right click, we go to add, and then we go to config element, and then we added a remote driver config element. And basically that's what we have right here. So I already added it, but I'm just going to walk you through the steps of everything we added. The next thing we added was we go here, we go to add, and then we go to sampler, and then we go to WebDriver sampler right here. And that's what we added up here. The third and the fourth thing we added was the view trees, results tree, and view results in table. And to do that, you go to add, you go to where is it? You go to listener, and then you open, you click view results tree, and then the next time you click view results in table. And once you added those four things, you can run your own project. This right here we deleted, we disabled already, so this is not important. But within each of these, I just want to show you what kind of configurations we set up. So first, we can go to the remote driver config, and here I pasted a localhost URL for the Selenium grid right there, and then here I selected the different check boxes depending on our needs. And after that, since we're using Chrome in this analysis, I went to Chrome here and I added additional argument here, and this is the argument I had: remote allow origins right here. So that's important. Now the next thing we did was under WebDriver sampler here. This is the default code that comes along with JMeter, and to keep it simple, we didn't add anything to this. We just changed the browser URL right here to the browser that we want to test. And so that's that. And next, in order for the listeners, view results tree and view results in table, there's not much you need to edit. So these, you don't have to do anything. And so with that, we're ready to run our JMeter test. And to basically run your JMeter test, you can just go to up here, and then you can just click that, start, and it'll run the JMeter test. It'll pop up a bunch of different windows for the concurrent users, and it'll show you the different windows that are popped up right here. So we'll let it run for a little bit. And yeah, so once we have this run, we can go and look at some of our results, and we can just click on each of these results basically right here, and it'll basically tell us how each of the results or each of the concurrent user worked out. So some things we want to look at is the response message, okay, so that's good, and response code 200, which is also good. Some other things that might be interesting to look at is the load time. And yeah, so that's the view results on the tree. You can put this into a table if you go to this right here, and this table makes it a lot easier to see. So we see that we specified 20 concurrent users, and we specified that right here in the thread group right here, where we specified 20 concurrent users. We specified a ramp up period of 5 seconds, and we had one loop. So that's what we specified here. And in our results, we see 20 concurrent users, and we see the results from each of the users. So all their statuses are good. This is the sample time, which is equivalent to the response time, and we see the response time for each of them. and we see the latency, we see the bytes, and so on. But yeah, so that is basically how you can use JMeter to start your own little analysis of load test analysis. If you found this video helpful, please give this video a like and subscribe to our channel, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you. In today's video, we're going to talk about troubleshooting during Selenium testing. So troubleshooting is very important to set up and implement into your Selenium automation testing projects. And today we're going to talk about some common projects, some common problems that you might face during your testing projects. So the first one is sometimes you're not able to start your web browser in your test, and this could be caused by a bunch of different reasons. Some very common reasons is number one, your system settings haven't been configured properly yet. If you have a new computer, for example, there might be firewall settings that you might have to adjust in order to allow your Selenium test to open your browser. The second thing is incompatible browsers with Selenium version, and this can often happen when you have, for example, a newer version of your browser from an update, but you haven't updated your Selenium version yet, and your Selenium version isn't able to work with that browser anymore. And so ways to get around this is you can go to Maven and you can update your Selenium dependency in your pom.xml file in your project that way. Some other problems is, for example, when you can't find a web element, and this can happen again for a bunch of different reasons again. And the first reason, for example, is you're just simply passing an invalid locator. You're not passing the right locator, so you can just go ahead and go back to your website that you're testing for, and you can inspect and grab the proper locator for it. The second common cause of this is that your web element is not yet enabled yet when your Selenium program is looking for it. And so what I mean by this is, for example, this element might take 5 seconds for it to load up on the web page that you're testing for, but when you're searching for it during your program, the element hasn't come up yet, and so the program can't find it. And finally, you might get some other issues, for example, I/O issues and URL issues, and these are some other issues you might have to deal with during your Selenium automation testing project. And so some common best practices that people use in order to overcome these problems are, for example, first is to update your web browsers and Selenium versions very frequently. So whenever a new version for your web browser and Selenium comes out, you update it so they're compatible with each other and you don't have the problem of not being able to start your browser. The second is to always use try and catch statements. And so right here we have some bunch of try and catch statements that you can use. So the first one, this is to catch, for example, when you pass an invalid locator, then you can catch it with the no such element exception. The second one is an I/O exception. This will catch any I/O errors that you have, so with files and stuff. And the third one is just a general exception for catching, and you're just catching a general exception. And the last one is you're catching an invalid URL, for example, and it'll give you the malformed URL exception error as well. And also, what you can also do is you can use Selenium waits, and this will overcome the problem where the web element you're testing for takes a long time to load, and this will help us circumvent the issue where when your Selenium program is searching for that web element, it hasn't shown up yet. And so you can use a bunch of different Selenium waits to overcome this issue, and we have some other videos previously that you can visit where we talk about how you can use Selenium waits in your own automation test project. And finally, today's purpose of this video is we're going to talk about and introduce this thing called Selenium Logger. And the purpose of Selenium Logger is to give you a little bit more information when you're trying to troubleshoot your Selenium testing project. And in order to use Selenium Logger in your own project, you're going to have to add this dependency into your pom.xml file, and this can be found on the Maven website as well. And then you're going to have to include this line of code in your own project, and so this way you can get more information when any problems show up, and it'll help you with troubleshooting your own project. Okay, so now I'm going to show you how you can use Selenium Logger in your own project. So first, I'm going to open up a website, and this is the Selenium Logger GitHub repository. And if you have any questions about Selenium Logger, you can go ahead and visit this GitHub repository. And this is what we were referring to earlier, to add the dependency into your pom.xml file. And so the URL is up here. But yeah, so this first step if we go to our IDE right here, we have our pom.xml file. So we see that we added the dependency for Selenium Logger down here. And another thing that we did in this project is we made sure that our Selenium driver was the proper version. So I'm going to go all the way up to here. And we see that for our Selenium, we use 4.17.0 version. And this is the most recent version we have at the moment at the time of this video. And yeah, so that's our pom.xml file, and that's how we import the dependencies that we need. So now what we have is we have, building off of our previous videos where we have the controller package and the test package, under our controller package, we made another class. And this class, we just named it logger.java. And in here, on the top right here, we imported a bunch of different things that we need from Logger. So right here, we see we imported Chrome driver logger, Edge driver logger, and Selenium logger. And this is just building off of some previous videos. This project just builds off of some previous videos. So if there's anything else that confuses you, go visit our channel. We have some other videos explaining how we built this project from scratch. And okay, so in this project, we have in this class, we have three different methods. So the first method we have is book golf course. And for us to use Selenium Logger, again, we use Selenium Logger.enable, which I mentioned earlier. But what we also do here is we have to create a bunch of instances and configure it. So right here, we create a Selenium Logger. We set the level as warning. So if there's any warnings, it'll let us know. And then we specified its output file as this text file right here. And then we say that you will output its results to this file. And then we perform a bunch of different commands, and we see what happens. The next we have is a test button method. And this method is to test certain buttons on our website. And this time in this method, we use a Chrome driver logger instead. And for the Chrome driver logger, we see that right here, we're setting the instance for the Chrome driver logger. And then we use right here for Chrome driver logger all. And then we set the level right here as debug instead. And then we specify the output file here. And then we perform a bunch of actions for this button, test button method. For our final method, we use the search golf course method. And in this method, we see right here, we're using the Edge driver logger instead. And then we're specifying its instance right here. And then we use set level as debug as well. And then we have our output file right here. And then we go through a bunch of different commands so we can search for golf courses on the website that we're testing. And in order to test these three methods, we go to our test package, and we have this logger class now. And we see that we're testing for the three different methods in this class. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to run logger. And on my other monitor, it actually opened a URL right here, and it's going through a bunch of different tests. Open another URL. I'm just going to drag over so you guys can see what's going on, and it's doing some stuff. And for the third method, it opened up another URL again. It performed some actions, and we'll just wait for it to close the page. So we see it's doing some searches on the website. And yeah, so once that's done, you can go to the directory that you specified the output file to be in, and you can look at what you have. So for us, we have our Chrome driver.log, our Edge driver.log, and our Selenium-log files. And if I just open it up, we can see what it looks like inside. It gives you a bunch of information that might help you out when you're trying to debug your own project. But yeah, so that's Selenium Logger, and I hope that this video taught you how to use Selenium Logger. If you found this video helpful, please give the video a like and subscribe to our channel, and stay tuned for more videos. Thank you for listening.